Hi, this is Stacy from The Advisor, and I'm the founder of the CompletableGuide.com. Today we have Vera Terman with us, and she's here to talk about food addiction. She has a great story to tell. She is the director of a facility that deals with food addiction, and she's also written a book called Food Junkies, and she has a website that has a lot of valuable information. She's also a co-host on a podcast about food addiction, and she's here today to share her information and to go over some great information to help us and people who might have problems with food addiction or just, have cravings with sugar and just don't know how to stop. So, Vera, can you tell people a little about yourself? I'm so excited to have you on the show.
Thank you, Stacey. Thanks for asking me to come onto your show. I've been talking about this issue for so long. So my background is that I'm a medical doctor. I'm an addictions physician in Toronto, Canada, and I've been working in the field of drug and alcohol addiction since 2007 as a medical director of 3 treatment centers. And in the work that I've done, what I saw repeatedly, and this is what I like to talk about, is that when people, came in with an addiction like to cocaine or alcohol or, even marijuana, and found that when they put down their substance, they ended up eating, eating, eating. And the behavior was exactly the same. And it was very distressing because people would say, I don't want to gain all this weight. And they found that they really struggled with stopping. And once I saw that, it's like you can't unsee that. I just saw that everywhere. And then I started to see it in the general population, how people would, from the little kid that's having the tantrum at the grocery store, I want that candy, and mom says I can't have it, to the adult having a similar tantrum, but it may not look quite the same, but they're struggling in that same way. And so I thought, well, I want to talk about this as a sort of public health issue. And I have my own histories, which I guess drives my passion about this. So it's not just a public health issue, although that's how I'm naming it. But my own history, like so many young women in my 20s in university, try to control my weight. I mean, I look at the pictures of how I looked then, and I look fine, but in my mind, I thought I was fat and needed to lose, at least 30 or 40, like, that thing, you can never be too
Yes.
big. And so I started to diet ridiculously. And then, like so many of my generation, not just my generation, of women in general, once I started focusing on eating and weight loss, it became my obsession. And so I would lose weight only to gain it back, and then lose and gain and lose weight. And it just became an obsession that I couldn't actually relieve myself from until I started listening to my advice. I'm going to treat this like an addiction. And that made all the difference. And it's made all the difference for me for 15 years. I haven't had sugar for 15 years.
Oh,
Uh,
wow. That's amazing.
I haven't had a flour, like bread or muffins, and I loved muffins at one point, but I haven't had any of that stuff for 7 years or maybe 10 years. And then I cut out grains even, and I'm not saying that people have to do that, but it worked for me about 7 years ago. And I've maintained that weight that I wanted to be when I was 25.
Right.
And I don't struggle with eating anymore. And that's the key. It's not the weight. It's the fact that I don't struggle anymore. And so, it's a public health issue, which we can talk about why sugar is so toxic, but it's also a struggle. It's a real
Yeah.
struggle. It's an addiction issue. And that's the piece a lot of people will get. Okay, yeah, sugar is a problem. It causes diabetes, it causes weight gain, but so many people don't want to get that it's actually an addiction, just like drugs and alcohol. And
Right.
that's really what I like to talk about.
And I've realized from my own past that when it comes to addiction, sometimes we have addictive behaviors, but
Mhm.
also we use addiction, we focus on it as a coping mechanism. We have problems in our childhood, or we have problems today, or and we use it as a coping mechanism. Some people will use a cigarette, some people will take drugs, some people use alcohol, and some people use food as a
Oh,
way to cope with
absolutely.
their
Yeah.
stresses in life,
Yeah.
and
And and mainly what we see, maybe not so much now anymore, but definitely 20, 30 years ago, men would pick up booze to manage their emotions, their anger and their loneliness, and women would pick up food before they picked up booze. And now women are picking up alcohol as well. But definitely in my generation, and like I guess pre-2000, people were women were doing the food, they were doing the baking, they were doing the all that kind of stuff. And now they're doing both.
now, what happens when someone is in denial? They have a problem, they have this food addiction, but they don't want to face it because they're afraid of change. They know that if
Yeah.
it's easier to be in denial and say, I don't have a problem, I don't have a problem. But if
Mm.
so they stay in denial and they're hurting themselves. They're
Yeah.
destroying their bodies by
Yeah.
using food as a coping mechanism.
You
So
know,
what do you do for someone like that?
yeah, so one of the things that's interesting to know is that this concept of denial, like you're describing, I don't really have a problem, or I can manage this, or I'll go on my diet tomorrow, or let me just have one and I'll stop at two. I'll stop. I promise I'll stop at two. That kind of thinking is very specific to addictive thinking, and the person who's not in denial, who's not an addict, is the person that will say, yeah, I don't really think I want to have that cigarette or that cookie, because then I'll probably want a couple more. And if they have one or two of whatever it is, and then they go, you know what, this is a bit of a problem. Like when they have that clarity, that's
Hmm.
usually a sign that there's no addiction, because they have the clarity. It's just like you wouldn't, choose to eat drink sour milk if you don't like it, or I don't know. There's a clarity about it, and you can use your reason and ration. But when you start to bargain and cajole yourself and lie to yourself, that's actually a sign that there's an addiction in the works, because you don't like once you're in that pull of wanting a substance, then it's like you don't want to admit this, but how will I live without this substance? If you're used to having a couple of glasses of wine at night to fall asleep or to chill after a busy day, if to say I'm not going to do that anymore, so well, what would I do then? And similarly, if you're used to having a tub of ice cream or big load of, I don't know, some favorite food that you'll have at night after meal, like after your dinner, in order to just chill or have feel better and go to sleep, you're not gonna see that as an addiction. So you just the person who's not an addict will know, I shouldn't be eating this stuff and I won't. But the addict will say it's not really a problem. And it's so common that I think actually there's a lot of undiagnosed food. If you don't like the word food addiction, let's start just with the word sugar addiction, because a lot of people will go that far, um, to say, yeah, I have a struggle with sugar. But people don't want to admit that because, like you said, the denial.
So does a person have to hit rock bottom until they get an illness, or and even sometimes when people get illnesses due to their eating
Yeah,
habits, they
doesn't
still don't
matter.
change. So
Yeah, no,
you can't,
absolutely. We have a diabetic and an obesity crisis right now. Like, what is it
we
like?
do.
2/3 of the population are obese or overweight at least. And actually by 2024, it's supposed to be 1/4 of the population is normal weight. Everybody else is not. They're overweight or obese. So in other words, 3/4 of the population in a couple of years.
And the stigmatism in society,
Yeah.
they're given the impression that obesity is okay. You look at models and
uh,
they are overweight. You look at society and you could just look around and you see people are overweight. You see
uh,
people having trouble walking because of
yeah.
the excess weight that they're
Yes.
carrying.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you could see how toxic it is for their bodies
I
and what they're
know.
going through.
I
And
know.
society's saying, well, it's okay. It's beautiful. Everyone's
Well,
beautiful. But
yeah.
being obese,
Yeah.
you're opening up the door for diabetes, you're opening up the door for heart
Yes.
problems, high cholesterol, heart attack, stroke, and the list goes on.
Yeah.
So explain to people how toxic sugar and
Yeah.
obesity
So,
is.
this concept of, loving your body no matter what, like I understand the thinking behind it. Because even me, I'm going to say that being obese is not healthy, and I'm going to say that eating sugar is not healthy. But I don't want to fat shame people. I don't want to make them feel bad about themselves. So if they want to feel good about how they look, fine, it's all good. But nevertheless, still, please stop eating foods that are damaging your body. And then, by the way, when you stop doing that, you will lose that weight. Because honestly, let's be honest about this. The people who are trying to see themselves as looking beautiful, even though they're 300 pounds or whatever, they still would rather, if they could, lose weight because they don't feel well. Like you said, they're sore, they can't go up the stairs, they're huffing and puffing. I know when I was 100 pounds more, I constantly tried to say, it's okay, Vera, you're still a good person, you still look good. But I hated how I felt. I couldn't go up the stairs anymore. I had to use a cane to go up a hill. It's like at the age of 30, I'm using a cane. Like I didn't want to be that place. So, but I would never say to stop eating sugar, focus on weight. Leave the weight alone. Love what you are, and be weight neutral, if anything. You don't have to be weight positive, weight hating. Just be weight neutral. The weight will take care of itself if you eat the right food. And we're asking for you to have a health conscious diet, not a weight conscious one, because it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. You're going to end
Right.
up doing crazy things like surgery when you don't need to. Not saying
Yeah.
surgery is not sometimes necessary, but for many people, you don't need to do the surgery. You can just change your diet, and you can lose 100 pounds,
Exactly.
and keep it off.
And I
But
see it more in common society. People are getting
yeah,
they're getting the surgeries done, and they're getting
yeah,
all these unnecessary procedures done on their body
yeah,
when it doesn't have to happen. And once you open yourself up to surgery, once the oxygen goes into your body, your whole
yeah,
chemistry inside your body changes, and then
yeah.
more problems can occur.
Yeah,
It's
there's that.
crazy.
And then you get the Michael Jackson syndrome where you go back for a second one and a third one and a fourth one because
Yeah,
you lose weight, absolutely, but then you gain it back again if you don't change your diet. And
right.
I'm change the diet to begin with, and then maybe you won't need the surgery, or you'll only need one as opposed to four. Like I've heard of people going back for a fourth time. Like that's
Yes,
crazy
it
because you
is.
will lose, you'll just gain it back. Plus, like you said, tons of complications. Of course, the medical profession and the surgical, they like this approach. And the approach that you and I are talking about, which is let's find a better way to eat. There's no money to be made off of this. Like I'm not getting paid to do these podcasts. Because what am I selling?
Right.
Nothing. What I'm selling
Exactly.
is a mental concept, which is let's embrace the body we should have by eating the foods that our bodies were meant for. And our food, we were not meant to eat this toxic processed stuff that many of us are eating. When we go to the drive-in, whatever,
Right.
and the cookie shop and all that kind of stuff. It's not, our body was not made for that, and it's getting sicker. And when people know when they're diabetic and obese that this isn't good, but this is the thing, it's addictive, and
It's
it's hard to
addictive.
put it down. And
Yeah.
but I have a good message. Those of us in this field, we have a good message, which is it's really hard to put down. Yes, number one, yes. But number two, it's not forever. If you actually put it down and get the support, let's call that withdrawal. It's addiction withdrawal, just like the person who has a hard time quitting smoking, who has a hard time drinking. Once they stop, a month later, oh my God, they feel so much better. And that happens with sugar too. Like it's not actually that much pain. The pain is more in the worrying about it ahead of time. Oh my God, how am I not going to have this
Yeah.
food? That's where people suffer. Or
I
they
see.
quit for a few days and then they break down again. You have to ride through that wave.
Now I see so many people, it's like a roller coaster ride for them. They do so well for so long. I've had so many people that I've known that have cut out the sugar out of their diet. They felt like a
Yeah,
new person. They looked in the
yeah,
mirror, they love themselves. And
yeah,
then then they start putting the pounds back on. And it's not
yeah,
because they don't wanna, it's just it's hard to stay away from that sugar. It's
yeah. The
hard to
food
stay
is
away from those
calling them.
toxic foods. And
Yeah,
also maybe they do have some issues that that they're not dealing with. So where do the
Yeah.
people start? What's step one? How does a person have successful weight loss? And also, how does a person
Oh,
overcome food addiction?
yeah, yeah. So how do they keep that weight off? By not having the food calling to them. So
Yeah,
you mentioned two things. What do you do first, and then what is the thing in a way that keeps calling you back? And if there's emotional issues. So earlier on, you had said that if you've got emotional issues like from the past or distress, or you're in a marriage that's not working, or you hate your job, and so we use food to comfort ourselves because food is comfort. Like
yes,
we're as animals, we love food because we have to. It's essential. Food and sex and drinking water is like, these are essential things to be alive as a human being.
right,
So we like them. But if we ate the natural food and drank water instead of booze, then we wouldn't be addicted. It's the fact that the food industry has made these foods more than what we actually like, and then we want more. So the goal is, number one, you have to deal with your emotional stuff. But if you see this as an addiction, as long as the drug is in the way, like if I'm struggling with my job and I hate it, and so I drink to get through the day because I'm a cop and I don't know how to sleep at night because it's a horrible day at work, so I drink. Well, I can go to a therapist and talk about how much I hate my job, but if I keep drinking or eating, because it works the same way, then that substance is getting in the way of my making any change in my life. So
right,
in an addiction framework, this may not be a framework for other people, but if you're going to say, yeah, maybe let's try Vera's approach that this is an addiction, then you have to stop the substance first so that you don't have it in the way of repair.
right,
And then you're going to go, oh my God, how do I deal with? Well, now I go to my therapist and I make changes. But you can't do that usually in the first week because you're still needing that substance. So
right,
the first month you say, I'm not going to eat, or whatever the substance is, I'm not going to smoke cigarettes, whatever it is, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to put all sorts of support into place. This is not for life. You don't have to do this all your life, like call somebody every day, or don't go to a restaurant where there's too much enticing, go to a wedding where there's booze and food all over the place. You're just going to do it for that month to protect your sobriety, as it were, because in a month it's going to be easier. And then step two is you have to start dealing with those issues, because they're going to call. They're going to say, Vera, how do I deal with my unhappy marriage or unhappy job? And if you don't do that, then you're going to pick up the substance that has been helping you. But number one is stop the substance, then deal with the emotional stuff. And then for those people who have, like you said, many people lost weight and then they gained it back. They did really well until maybe month 4, and then they slipped. If it's an addiction perspective, which is what I'm proposing, then you have to think, okay, I wasn't eating the sugar, but what else was I addicted to in my food? And this is why I like the word food addiction instead of sugar addiction, because
right.
it's sugar is number one, but there are other things in that processed food industry spending a lot of money to
Mm.
put all sorts of triggers to make sure that if
Yes,
I quit the sugar, I'm going to do something else. So look at
yes,
those keto programs. You do keto, you're not eating sugar because it's not keto.
right,
But you know what they do? The food industry says, okay, she's not going to eat sugar, but let's put artificial sweetener, and let's put a ton of fat, and let's put a ton of this stuff, and we'll call it a keto bar. Yeah,
right,
it's zero carbs, but it's still addictive. Uh,
exactly.
and so then that's the thing that gets the person to trip up on month 4
Yeah.
and pick up the sugar again.
It's like, it's so toxic, and I get so angry because when I went to Europe, half the food they have in America, they do not sell in Europe. It is disbarred. They will not sell those products in Europe.
Right,
And,
right.
and in America,
Okay.
there are so many things they put in the foods that trigger
Yeah.
receptors in the brain to make
Yes.
you want more, to make you crave more, just like you were saying.
Absolutely.
And they
Absolutely.
make everything look so wonderful and so delicious. Well, when
Yes.
you see things, they're so bright and colorful. Why are they so bright and colorful? That's That's not
Yeah,
the way they look when they come off the trees. Think about it. What are
yeah,
they injecting? And what do they put? What substance or ingredients are they
exactly. Yeah,
put in? And what, these triggers, people don't realize. And when these substances go into your body doesn't know what to do with it. So it
exactly.
stores it, and
Yeah.
and and it can't break it down. So it stores it in the body, and your organs are becoming slower, you're becoming more sluggish, you're not feeling good,
Mhm.
your different triggers in your brain for addictive triggers are going off. Your body is just getting totally, it's like a chaotic roller coaster.
That's
And
right.
and maybe you can explain to people how toxic sugar really is to the body, because some people don't, you see so many things nowadays that are so unhealthy for you in
Yeah.
the food stores. Explain to people how toxic sugar is so addictive for you.
Yeah. Well, one way that we can see this is that there's a fellow that has written a lot about this in an almost historical context. His name is Gary Tobes, and he actually writes um, The End of Sugar, and he talks about exactly what you're asking about. And he says that here's an example of how toxic sugar is. You can visually imagine this. The incidence of diabetes 100 years ago, because the processed food industry really started I guess in the 1940s, during World War II. It started before that, but in terms of population, affecting the population, and then bigger and bigger and bigger until now, it's huge. And so prior to 1940, so like 100 years ago, there was maybe 1 in 100 people who had diabetes. And now we're looking at 1 in 10. Like that
Yeah.
is an exponential jump. And it's not because of us, it's because of the foods we're eating. And more than that, in my generation, when I was eating badly as a teenager, we still call type 2 diabetes mature onset. In other words, 40, 50 plus. Now
Yeah.
we're seeing it with kids. And
It's
why are we seeing it
crazy.
with kids? Because we're giving kids cereals, we're giving kids fruit juice, we're giving basically sugar versions of sugar. So how is sugar toxic? Number one, diabetes. You flood the system with sugar because World Health Organization says we should not be eating more than 6 teaspoons of sugar a day. 6 teaspoons of sugar a day. How much is in a can of Coca-Cola right now?
Oh, forget about it.
Yeah, it's your week's supply in one drink.
Yeah.
It's definitely your day's supply, and some people will drink 4 of those. Plus, if you drink one of those bottles, that's a month's supply right there. So World Health Organization says not more than 4 to 6, or let's say 6. Now, how much do you need? 0. You don't need any because it's in your food. It's
Right.
plenty in your food. But how much added sugar you don't want to eat more is 6 teaspoons. If you do more than that, you're going to overwhelm the pancreas and overwhelm the organs, like you were saying. You're going to make too much sugar, which then essentially starts to break down the whole system, because the body is meant to deal with this sugar, translate the sugar into energy. And I don't need that much energy. Like, I just don't need that much. So it's going to go
Right.
into fat, and it's going to go into fat, not just my fat cells, but also fatty liver, fatty pancreas. It's going to go into fatty organs, and that's the stuff that kills me in probably 15, 20 years. Like, we're talking about reducing life
Yeah.
expectancy. My life expectancy, like somebody now, life expectancy for a female is maybe around 80-ish, something like that. By the time, our young folk are close, their life expectancy is going to go back to 70, 73, like it was a few years ago. And it's
Right.
probably going to go even less if we continue to eat the way we do. It's really, it not only, and then not only will you die sooner, but you'll be sick sooner. So instead of being sick at 70 and dying at 75, you're going to be sick at 50 and then
Yeah.
die at 70. Like, who wants to live that way with an amputated leg and you can't see and you're on dialysis? This is not fun stuff.
Oh, no.
And it's all preventable. That's the crazy thing. It's
And
preventable.
you know, my father, we have diabetes on my father's side of the
Uh,
family, and my father changed his diet. You know, he was taking the blue pill for diabetes. He
oh yes,
changed his diet, he lost
yes,
weight, he started exercising on the treadmill,
yeah.
and you know, he's like in his late 70s. He started when he was 75, and his diabetes became normal. You know,
Wow.
just
See?
by changing his diet, adding a
Yeah,
little bit of exercise. You know, they can only do so much at that age. You know, he's not running the marathon, but he's putting a little
yeah,
exercise into his diet, and he changed the way he ate, and his level became normal, you know.
yeah. Yeah,
And
it's preventable.
it is
And it's reversible. And it doesn't mean that he's not a diabetic anymore, because if he starts eating that way again, he's going to be just as sick. But
exactly
but he's put it in remission. That's really what it's done. He's put it in it's like he had cancer and he did his own version of chemotherapy, which is good diet and exercise. And so now he's on the best chemo possible, and his diabetes is now quiet. It's in remission.
right, exactly. And I noticed for my own self, when I was in, we were talking before we started the show, we were talking about COVID and how everybody was in
Yeah,
lockdown and how we ate a lot of things, you know, because we were stuck in the house. Nobody had anything to do. What did you
right.
do? You watched
Yeah,
TV, you ate, you know, and you were, you know, some people drank, you know, and you hear these stories, and people, you know, I gained weight from eating. And I noticed when after I got to one point, I went on the scale and my eyes popped out. I said, oh my God. I said,
yeah,
I am not getting to this point. And I changed the way I ate. I cut out the sugar completely. And I'll
yeah,
tell you, I
yeah,
lost my craving for sugar. Now, when I
yes,
eat something sweet, I don't like it. If it has too much sugar in it, I taste it
yeah,
right away. I'm like, this is too sweet for me. I can't eat this,
yeah.
because you stop it and you lose the craving for it.
That's exactly it. And that's the addiction. That's it. That's exactly how addiction works. Once you stop, the body will readjust itself. It's the dopamine receptors. Like, there is a phenomena that will help you in the same way that it got you into trouble. It'll actually help you, but you got to get through that hard part. So you were motivated, like you asked earlier, do you have to actually hit bottom? Something has to change, because you have to be willing to go through that discomfort of that first 10 days, 15 days, maybe up to 3 weeks. And so for you, it was the horror of the scale. And for some people, it might be the horror of diabetes, but you know what? We normalize this so much. Everybody's got diabetes. It's like it we're not as afraid of it anymore. Like, it's almost become normalized. And something has to change in the person. For me personally, it was the fact that I was, well, uncomfortably overweight, but it was also the fact that I hated the fact that I couldn't think about anything other than, here I am eating, thinking, I'm going to be done this soon. What am I going to have next?
Yeah.
Like that's all I could think about. It was like, I hated the fact that even though I was busy, I was a doctor, I was doing, writing and reading books that I liked. It was like this swarm of bees swarming around me, always interrupting, always in my way. And I just wanted to have peace of mind. That was my
Yeah.
bottom. So a person has to hit bottom of some sort, but it's going to be different for each person.
And I noticed when you said that, I was like that too. I was thinking,
Ah,
what am I going to eat for breakfast? What am I going to eat for lunch? Looking at the
yeah,
clock, what I'm going to have for dinner. And
right.
then I got to the point now,
Huh?
it's like, okay, I eat when I'm hungry,
Yeah.
and my body tells me, okay, you're full, because I eat slow, I digest the food, and
Oh
then I
yeah.
stop,
Yes.
So,
Yes.
I think you provided such valuable information. Like, if you had to tell people, if you had to give some, maybe like a couple of good pointers to people, what would you say to people right now? Like, if people who are really interested in about learning how to either stop the food addiction or just want to lose weight, get help, and not be so reliant on eating, or not have it in their brain all the time, a couple of pointers, how to get started, what they should do, and to
Okay.
put people on a good path, what would you say?
Yeah. So I would say two things. And can I also plug my book here, or will
Of
you just?
course, yes. I
Okay.
wanted you to tell
Okay.
everybody about all your information. You have a
Right.
wonderful website, your book,
Okay.
and everything. Please
Okay.
do.
Yeah. So the first thing I would say is that you have to be ready, and when you feel ready, and take that moment, because it's not going to be just I'm ready. It'll be maybe you wake up one morning and you think, maybe I'm ready to do this. grab it. And the first thing you want to do is get support, build in support, because you're going to stop eating sugar, or whatever triggering food is there. It might be sugar and nuts. It might be sugar and or muffins. I don't know. Like some people say sugar's not a problem, but you know, my cake is a problem. Whatever it is, you're going to sugar and maybe more than sugar. I'm going to stop that. And the only way I'm going to do that successfully is I have to get support. So number one, how do I stop and when am I ready to stop? And then number two, what supports do I need? That might be telling people, that might be preparing food ahead of time. It might be deciding I'm not going to go to a movie. I didn't go to a movie for 2 years because all I did at a movie was want the popcorn. And once the popcorn wasn't there, I didn't care about the movie. I mean, now I'm back to going and I don't have the popcorn, but it took me a while. So you might have to decide for this month, I'm not going to do A, B, C because there's all this food and all this whatever, and I'm not going to subject myself to, and don't feel like you're being weak. So that would be the first one. Stop, then get support, and then know, this is the message of hope here. Know that this is a hard time and it will pass. Like you said, Stacey, and this is the key piece. I want people to really hear this. You said, I don't even want it anymore. You won't even want it anymore. And Stacey has just told you this. Like, if you don't believe me, believe her. Everybody, every one of us says, we don't want it anymore. And it doesn't take that long, as long as you don't pick it up, because that will reignite the desire. So I want to plug myself here. So if you want to know more about how to do this, I have my book, Food Junkies, Recovery from Food Addiction, which you can get on Amazon. And I have a Facebook page called I'm Sweet Enough, Sugar-Free for Life, which is a free group. And I invite people who want to quit sugar or have already quit sugar to get support. It's a great, vibrant group to do that. And I have my podcast as well. And in the podcast, which is also called Food Junkies, we interview all sorts of people who are in the food addiction field. You know, the latest one that's written about whatever on sugar or food addiction. So that's once you've read the book and you just want more information in the field.
Also, tell them about your wonderful website, because I personally, I've been on your website many times. You have provide a lot of great information. You
Yes.
talk about your blog. Let them know where they can find your website, because I think you have a great website.
Okay, thank you. So my website is called addictionsunplugged.com, addictionsunplugged.com. And also I have a YouTube site, which is just Vera Tarman, and that has every interview that I've ever been able to do on there with lots of explanation, but the website and YouTube as well. Yes.
Yeah, you know, I've read Vera's book, and I have to say I
Yes, you
loved
did a
it.
great review. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, I got so into your book. It was, you know, you provided such great information in that book, and that book, you know, a lot of your pointers, you know, pertained. You talked about food addiction, but it also it really could help someone with any addiction. You know, you gave some really good pointers. The information you provided, the facts you provided. I really enjoyed reading your book. It was a
Thank you.
wonderful book. You know, and you know, sometimes you pick up a book and you know you like it's just you turn in the next page, you're like, oh, you know, but your book, I couldn't stop, I couldn't put it down, because it provided such great information. And I love the fact that you've written this book, and that, you know, especially now with society, with so many people that are overweight, I think they would get a lot out of your
Yeah.
book. So thank you for writing it, I have to say. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. And it's been great having you on the show. You know, I would love to have you come on another time. Maybe we could just talk about how toxic sugar is, to give people an idea of, you know, how it really can destroy a person's body. We've covered some pointers today, but we can maybe always go into it more deeply. But thank you once
More of the
again.
gory details.
Yeah. And
Okay.
thank you once again for being on the show. I loved having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stacey.
Hello, everybody, and this is Stacy from The Advisor, and today we have a very special guest. I'm very excited to have her on our show. She is a certified holistic wellness coach, and her name is Tracy Desjardins, and she is an amazing coach. She talks about eating disorders, and that's just one of the things she does. But today we're going to touch base about eating disorders, how to cope with it, how to get over it, how to get over the hump, and to move forward in life. And today Tracy's here to tell us about herself and to tell us great advice on how to cope with an eating disorder.
Hi,
So
Stacey.
Tracy,
Yeah,
hi.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for the
I'm so
intro.
excited to have you. You know, tell us a little about yourself and what you do.
Yeah, well, I love that intro because you talked about eating disorders, and I never realized that I actually had one because the one that I battled for so long wasn't really one that was discussed. So we'll go ahead and get there, but it's really surreal for me to be on your show talking about this because I held all of this in private most of my life, and
Mm.
so I've been in the fitness industry as an instructor and a trainer since 1991. I started in college. And now I've moved into the space of health coaching, and I work with women who actually are challenged by a lot of what challenged me most of my life. And where I found healing solutions for this, I got kind of like productively angry about what exists in the world and where the confusion lies. So I help women heal from chronic dieting. I help them find peace and freedom with food, all food plus their body. And I help them find a sustainable way in this relationship with food and body that is not restrictive. It doesn't make them miserable, and they can actually then go and take that excess energy and live their lives on purpose.
That's awesome. I see so many people in our society struggling with eating disorders. Either they just don't know how to cope with life. There's so many stresses that go on in everybody's life. We all have obstacles, and a lot of times people, resort to addiction, and some people resort to alcohol, some people resort to drugs, and some people resort to food. And there's so many people out there when they're in a moment where they're just stressed and they just have a lot on their plate, they resort for food as a coping mechanism. And I'm sure you've seen that, and that might have been part of your life. I think all of us have at one point had used food for comfort. And is that something that you see a lot? And do you have any suggestions for that?
Oh, in fact, I specialize in that. So I'm sure we'll evolve in our conversation there, but emotional eating is a real thing. It can be very, very confusing. It's not all bad, but it can come with some unwanted eating concerns that are very confusing, and the root causes come from a lot of very, very powerful places in our lives. So I definitely I spend a lot of work on the problem with impulsively turning to sugar. Why am I
Yeah.
doing that? Why can't I stop that? A lot of my clients come to me with that, but it's a topic that I always continue to read about. It speaks near and dear to my heart from my own personal private war, and honestly, this is probably the most fulfilling work that I've ever done because I'm helping women find their own sustainable solutions through this pathway. Um, and where how I developed my problem with food is pretty interesting. I'd love to go ahead and dive in if
I'd
you
love to. Yeah.
necessary. Okay, so anyone that's listening in and this topic resonates with you today, I encourage you to remember that you have a story, and stories are where the inspiration happens. And I'm going to share some of my own story with everybody listening in. And again, Stacey, it's so surreal because what I'm about to say is something I would never have thought that I would be sharing with the world. And I do this all the time. So I was born in 1970. Okay, I just turned 54 last month.
Mm-hmm.
And I was one of these kids up until sixth grade where like life was good. I was kind of roly poly. I wore like plus size clothing because they had a limited selection, and I was perfectly happy in my body. I had a big personality. I was the class clown, no problem making friends. I didn't care what my hair looked like. I mean, life was good before I
Yeah.
turned 12. I was always breaking the rules to make people laugh, and I was confident in myself. That's a big part here, okay? And then all of a sudden, well, first of all, like I like to eat. And I,
Mm-hmm.
I, I liked sweets. Sweets were my thing, but I didn't really think I had a problem with it. I was a little slightly overweight as a child. Okay, bring
Yeah.
it. And then I remember entering sixth grade and like the Jordache jeans were like all the rage. And I was hell bent to fit into these jeans. Everybody was wearing them. And at 12, 13, you start to notice, okay, boys like that, girls, those pretty girls, like people want to be friends with them, all that stuff. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And that is when I started my first diet. That's when this like I would call myself a free-spirited child. I was a survivor, and I was going to do whatever it took to like fit in and like, okay, this is what we're supposed to do. I'm watching Charlie's Angels. I have Barbie dolls. Well, I don't look like that. I don't look like any of these women. And so I need to do something about it now. My pretty
Yeah.
plus clothes were not acceptable. My big persona was not acceptable. So I started fighting with food, hard boiled eggs, skim milk, carrots, diet soda. And there's where a problem started. Because
Mm-hmm.
in my quest to change my body to fit in with society, I was fine as I was. Things would have evolved naturally, right? But I bought into all of that stuff and I developed quickly, but nobody really, it wasn't identified back then. I was restricting binging, restricting binging. I remember I sang in the choir and we were selling M&Ms, Stacy, like in little boxes. They were 50 cents a piece.
Yeah.
I was emptying my piggy bank because I was eating them fat. I wasn't selling them. I was binging on them on the bus on the way home, thinking,
Right.
what's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? I'm so embarrassed. I just got my hair standing up on my arms, just remembering that. And so I lived like that through middle school. It got bad in high school because the restricting, the binging, it just got bad, Stacy. And then my self-esteem was just in the toilet. That was
Right.
that was hard. I started aerobics classes. Wasn't very good at sports, but my dad was into fitness and he joined a gym. He's, why don't you come do this class? They're having a lot of fun in there. So I went in and the instructor was this strong woman. Her name was Mary. And Mary didn't smile. She was tough. She blasted the music. I was the youngest person in there and nobody really cared. It wasn't like a regimented sport. We jumped up and down. We were sweating like maniacs. Everybody was nice. And I felt great when I left.
Yeah.
So that was actually a saving grace for me because I learned, I feel good when I move my body that way. But then
Mhm.
it kind of turned into a problem because in college, I became certified and I started exercising harder to make up for the feeling that I had when I was
Yeah.
watching. So you can see anybody listening in, if you've been down that road with restrict, binge, you don't know why, it must be you. And then we're going to compensate with something. I did laxatives. I was over exercising, cardio, fat-free foods were the rage. Out of the grace of God, Stacy, I have this little gift, this little secret gift, a gift from God. I can't throw up. I'm like a camel. It's
Mhm.
really hard. I
Yeah.
try, with all due respect to anybody that has battled bulimia. I've got some friends that have been through that. It's horrible. I tried to be that way. There's a problem. I tried to eliminate. I couldn't do it. God
Mhm.
said, no, I'm going somewhere else. You're going to deal with this for a while because I want you to understand this. And I wasn't anorexic. That didn't resonate with me. It just didn't. That wasn't me. But I knew some girls that did. And
Yeah.
check this out. I admired their self-discipline. What is that?
Yeah.
What is that? It's psychotic. So got married, had kids. I'm doing Weight Watchers with my friends. I'm fighting these points. I was a master at it. Got to goal weight a couple times. Binge eating went through the roof.
Yeah.
So on and on. And I lived like that 2 decades. I'm working as a trainer. I'm teaching classes. I'm not enough unless I'm real thin. No one's going to respect me, come to my class, despite the fact that I taught a good class. It was a blast.
Yeah.
Everybody, all sizes, women, men, we had a good time. But I believed because I wasn't skinny enough, chiseled enough. This is the 90s now. Okay. The
Yeah.
buff women. That
Mhm.
wasn't, I don't know. I never measured up.
Right.
Strict binge exercise. It was a form of hell, and I didn't tell anybody about this. I thought I just was weak because nobody talked about emotional eating or binge eating disorder. Nobody talked about that. I just ate
Yeah.
too much. I had nowhere to go, very ashamed, very secret, especially with my fitness chick ego.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of us were doing this. None of us were talking about it. We all kind of knew something was going on.
Yeah.
And that's how I lived for a long time.
Wow. That's some story, it's a story that just like it breaks my heart because it's like so many people go through this and so many people are struggling for that ideal figure. They have this figure in their head and a lot of it comes, from either celebrities or social media. And, if you see these people behind the scenes, they don't look like anything they do on screen. But, it gives people, the perception that, oh, that's the way I'm supposed to look. That's the norm. That's the way I should look, and the norm is really what makes you comfortable as a person, what you are happy with. When you look in the mirror, you have to be happy with who you see. And as long as you're happy with who you see, that's what really matters. But, when you struggle like that, it must have been really hard for you because, one of it was, because when you were overweight, it seemed like you were happy. You were, like when you were young, you were just eating, you weren't thinking about weight, you weren't thinking about anything. You had your friends and everything, but all of a sudden your hormones kicked in and you started looking around and you started seeing the guys and you probably like the boy, you see with these girls, all these certain girls were getting, the boys' attention, and all of a sudden you want to probably be that like that too. And that's when I think that was the same way, and I think that's when the struggle comes in. Okay, what do I got to do to look like that? And then it's kind of like a desperado that just comes in. You want to go to all lengths to become like those people, because you want the same attention or affection, and is it because we are followers and not leaders at that point? Is it because we have low self-esteem, or is it because, what are we searching for that you think you were searching for? Because I think back in the day, I was more of a follower than I was a leader. And I definitely didn't have the self-esteem that I have today. And I think maybe those two factors play a role too. And then we have our daily issues that we all go through. And we all have our high school drama, the problems that we dealt in high school. Oh my God, and the same thing happens when we go out and grow up, but it just becomes bigger and real problems, Like, so for you, what made you, did you have a low self-esteem? Were you more of a follower than a leader back then?
I am so glad you asked that. That's just, thank you for asking that question, because I think your listeners can think about that question for themselves. If they can relate to my story in any way, let's just pause on everybody's behalf here. I'm going to answer
Yeah.
your question. If you remember, I had no problems with self-esteem. Life was good until I
Yeah.
started writing at 12. I liked who I was. I was confident as the day is long. I got in-school suspension one time for uncontrollable laughter in the classroom. I liked me. I was confident in me. And what happened, Stacy, is when I bought into, and I was a reasonably intelligent little girl. I mean, like, I bought into something. I was
Yes.
fine. I was healthy. I was fine. Okay, my weight, I wasn't in those ridiculous parameters. Okay, I was fine.
Yes.
I had to fit into Jordache jeans. I didn't have the classic rear end.
Yeah.
Tried to. And and so it had to have been like commercials on TV. Boys are jerks in school. You hear things, and girls, they just want to fit in. They just want acceptance.
Yeah.
Oh, they want to feel like they're attractive. They
Yeah.
want their parents to love them. They want their peers to love them. And the ideal of a thin girl with the perfect rear end for the Jordache jeans was not even realistic for most of us. But
Exactly.
so in my chase to then emulate the fitness chick who was worthy of having people come to her class, come on, that
Yeah.
I became that, and my self-esteem got left behind.
Hmm.
So this is what chronic dieting, and if you're thinking, well, I don't diet, if you're restricting and it's not working, something's off, that's a form of dieting. Well, I don't
Yeah.
diet. Well, if you're doing intermittent fasting and you're not happy and you're going off the rails on the weekend, I'm going to get back on intermittent fasting on Monday. Let me just say that's diet culture.
Yes.
See it all the time with clients. So it's time. And I use my own example where, like me talking to you right now, Stace, okay, I rescued my fourth grade little badass.
Mhm.
This was me in the fourth grade. I went back and gotten her. And now I'm doing shows talking about this to the world with you saying enough is enough.
Yeah.
And I had all that time, and I don't want women to spend as much time. I really believe that God wanted me to go through this so I understand it at a deep level.
Yeah.
And He wants me doing everything I can to be on the front line. This is why I wrote my book, The Diet Free Diva, where I tell my story, enough is enough. So
Right.
the pathway for women to break the cycle of the restrict and compensate and all of that and find peace and freedom with food and our bodies.
Yeah.
There's a way to do that. And I developed 5 steps. Why the 5 steps? Because that's what helped me. And I'm
Yeah.
just a girl next door. Let's have a conversation. Tell me about your stories. The first thing I say to my clients, they go on my website and they book a call with me. Tell me all about you.
Yeah.
Tell me. Because there's clues, there's data.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah.
100%. And everyone has their own reasons for wanting to lose weight or eating, everyone has their own reasons. In today's society, how do you help people when they come to you and they're like, I can't stop eating. I just love food, and
Yeah.
they are, at that point where they want to be skinny, but it's like food has taken over their life in a sense.
Yeah. Yeah. My typical client is this person. Okay. She's not afraid of hard work. She's been working very hard, family, success, whatever, a variety of different things. She's not afraid to work hard. She bought into this, let's say, healthy eating, clean eating, whatever the thing is. And she's buying into, okay, I'm going to take my skills of discipline and I'm going to apply that to food because I want to weigh 10 pounds less or 20 pounds or 30 pounds or whatever. I'm going to
Yes.
apply my self-discipline. When I do steps 1 through whatever, I'm going to achieve this result. So then they implement their sense of tenacity and purpose with food.
Yeah.
Wonder why they're tripping up on the weekends, binging, going overboard. They wonder, why can't I control this like I control the other things in my life?
Yeah.
The typical person that comes to me, it's not the only female, but most of the women are believing that they need to just get back on the horse again on Monday and keep pushing with the same restrictions. And I say, hang on, let's have a different conversation because let's look at what's worked and what hasn't worked. Do you really
Yes.
start over again on Monday? I live like that. I talk about that in my book. Were you really put on this earth to start over on Monday? Isn't there, can we get past this and live the life that we were meant to live? So there's really a sticking point with, we are told how to eat, what to eat. And if we stay on that path without veering off, we're going to get a result and then everything gets great. And that doesn't happen. It
Yeah.
doesn't work that way.
Right.
Life is not black and white. So why would we expect as an eater to have a
Yeah.
relationship with food that's supposed to bring us comfort and joy and soothing and pleasure? It's supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. We're created to want to eat and then to reproduce, frankly. So
Right.
if we try to fight our biology and Mother Nature and our appetite, we're barking up the wrong tree. So I help women find the right solution for them. I help them. I call it a path of excellence with habits, including food. Let's figure out what might work for you. I open a door for my clients. I lead them. I help them connect their own dots. I don't do food plans. I'm not qualified to do food plans,
Right.
but we do discuss food and I ask them questions. What do you think? What are you noticing when you eat A, B, C, and D? How
Yeah.
about this thing called intuition and becoming a conscious eater?
Right.
Because then we're aware. Then we're tuning into ourselves, not listening to, well, you got to start intermittent fasting. Everybody's doing it.
Yeah. I like that. I like that you help people figure out the way that they need to do it and that they don't have to have a rigorous food plan that they have to be glued to. Because, so many people have said that you could eat healthy, enjoy yourself, and still lose weight and still be healthy. That you don't have to like subject yourself to the specific diet because that's where people mostly fail is that when you tell someone you can only do X, Y, and Z and you have to do it at this time and this time and this time and you can't eat past this time, then people feel like they're being pressured and they feel like they're being limited. And I think that's when the failure itself falls into is that, people want to be who they are. People want to do what makes them happy. And when you put, a diet in front of them, then, and you make this strict regimen, I think people are more likely to fail because they can only stick with it for so long. And then a lot of people fall off the wagon is what I've seen. What do you think?
Totally. You just completely nailed it. I mean, the diet industry, I think the failure rate's up to like 98%. Now, don't quote me on that, but I read that recently.
Wow.
And that is, I read this too. I wish I could say I made this up, but that is the only business model, the diet industry, diet and weight loss industry, that creates something. The customers fail and it's the customer's fault.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's insane. When we say yes to the form of harsh restrictive eating, and whatever flavor that is, whatever form of that it is.
Yeah.
We feel that sense of, It's me, myself, and I'm going to eat this way. I'm going to lose the weight. Everything's going to be great. I'll figure out how to keep it off later. But for now, I'm doing this. It's like we put ourselves in timeout. I'm pointing to the corner of my office here. We go sit in that chair and we duct tape our mouth.
Mm.
Eventually, a younger part of us, or maybe even like just another part of us, is going to stand up, rip the duct tape off when we have a bite of a cookie or whatever we eat that's not part of what we should have been doing. Then it's like a kid. The kid is out of the chair, screaming and yelling and running amok through Toys R Us or Candyland or wherever. We want to have some fun, and we'll start over Monday. So why do we keep doing it? Because there's a humongous profit-driven venture in the industry. It's money, 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 money. Think of it this way, friends listening in, if you can even estimate how much money you've spent on supplements, products, plans, cookbooks, trackers, meetings, whatever, you name it. We could have beach houses. I mean, if you really think about that actually makes me really, really angry as well. And I think it's time to say enough is enough.
Yeah.
Consider, I was born with my own answers. I was born knowing how to eat. Let's use my example. I had no problem with my appetite until 6th grade. I was fine. I was going through the prepubescent stuff that a lot of kids go through. My kids went through that. Yeah, they get through it. But like, I was okay. I trusted my appetite. I trusted my own. Do I want another cookie or not? Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't. I became afraid of cookies. I'm eating the whole box of M&Ms that I have to sell for chorus. Something caused that. It's not who I am. There was a root cause. It's called Tracy sitting in timeout, and she's upset. She's not happy. Duct tape comes off. Where are those M&Ms? I'm going to try again later. But for now, I just need to eat this.
Right.
It's insanity. There is a better way. And that is what I help women with.
And what are some of the better ways of dealing with, your food issues?
Yeah. Okay. Well, again, in my book here, Diet Free Diva. Okay. I'm just going to take a second. This is on Amazon, by the way. It's also on my website, theholisticdivas.com. It's right there on the front page. I talk about 5 steps. This is my easiest way to answer this because I could talk for an hour about that. Good question. 5 steps to find peace and freedom with food, body, and yourself on your own trusted and sustainable terms. That's the Diet Free Diva. This is what I talk about. Step 1. And I already explained this. Discover and write your own food story. Let's talk about you, Stacy. Let's talk about you. Tell me about you. What do you remember in your relationship with food? Let's go back. What did you eat for lunch? What was in your lunchbox as a child? Little things like that. We have a wonderful conversation there. Step 2, we have to get to know who we are. Notice we're not talking about food yet. We talked about story. We have to start to go inward and discover who we are intimately. We talk about values. What's important to you? It's hard to discover our top 3 values. I help clients go through that because we need to align our decisions with life, including food, with what's important to us, not what's important to the diet, but what's important to us. There's a lot of work. It's fun discovering values. And then the 3rd step, we talk about the power of what goes on in our thoughts. And that's where the stickiness really exists that a lot of women don't even know. We talk about 2 voices within. We have an inner bully. We have an inner committee that's assessing everything we eat, everything we do, that oftentimes tells us we're not good enough. We're not doing enough. We are enough. But when we're failing at diets for years, Stacy, like what I said, we believe that we're not capable of doing anything enough. It doesn't know our self-esteem. So we look at that and we start to elevate the voice into what I call an inner nurturing coach voice, becoming your own coach. That's really important. Still haven't talked about food yet, right? Step 4, we talk about, let's go back to basics with food. We were born with a natural preference for foods that are mostly unprocessed, that come from nature, that haven't been infused with chemicals and GMOs and all this stuff. We talk about doing a whole foods cleanup. That's not a diet, but it's how we get back to basics with food. And that there's a discovery period going on there. Step 5, we talk about ways to navigate and survive in this tempting foodie society. I call it a toolbox of treasure.
Yeah.
where this is how you survive when you're out and about living your life and you're tempted with all of these foods. We talk about emotional eating in there. We talk about not dieting and experimenting. We're in the classroom of life. We're getting a PhD in self.
Hmm.
This is the pathway, which we talk about exercise, moving our body. What makes sense here? I'm a fitness pro and I talk about what do you like to do? Let's have a
Yeah.
discussion. Let's talk about that. So I help women program a pathway for them that makes sense for them. Self-care. I have a brand new mini course coming out all about self-nourishment. So doesn't it make sense to quiet the noise on the restrictions? We don't want to sit in the corner anymore and learn to take care of ourselves. And if we
Yeah.
have any unwanted or unnecessary pounds on our body right now, guess what happens? When we focus on not weighing ourselves and taking care of selves,
Yes.
unnecessary excess is going to go about its merry way when we're relaxed and calm and thinking about, am I taking best care of myself in this
Right.
situation? We talk about personal inquiry, asking ourselves questions like a nurturing coach. All of that is a segue to having peace and freedom with food. And believe me, if somebody like me, who is at war, at binge eating disorder, if somebody like me can come out on the other side and not be afraid of food, never start over on Monday, and trust that I can eat a brownie without flipping out, anybody can do that. And it's
Right.
great. And it's fun. This is fun work. It really
Right.
is.
No, it sounds amazing. And I love the fact that you're not so focused on, every little thing we put in our mouths and we're focused on just enjoying life. And if you look, there's so many women, including myself, who suffer from high cortisol levels, and that throws your chemistry and your weight and everything else off the charts, and it's all because of how we're mentally and physically taking care of ourselves. And I like the fact that you tell people to be able to have a good mindset, and to be able to follow your intuition, and just that self-love and self-care, which that kind of intertwines with the mindset is, because if you're giving yourself self-love, you're going to put all these things above, and you're going to take care of yourself because you're naturally, how to love yourself. And so you know what you need to do for yourself, where most people in society feel guilty to exemplify self-love and self-care to themselves because they feel like they have to please everyone else before they please themselves.
Can I dive in on the self-love thing?
Oh, sure.
Okay. I have to tell you, Stacey, okay, and for women that are listening in, if you have a desire, like Tracy, I get what you're saying. I have a great time listening to this episode here, but like, I want to lose weight. Like, I want to lose weight. I want everyone to know I get that. There's nothing wrong with wanting to lose weight. Don't let anybody tell you, well, you shouldn't feel like that. If you want to lose weight, you want to lose weight.
Yeah.
Yes. Can we put that desire and that preference to weigh less? Can we put that over here? Let's just
Mhm.
put it over here. I'm not trying to convince anybody to accept the extra weight. We're not talking about that. But I will say that there was a time in my life when I was heavier. And I remember this happening, Tracy, love yourself now. I'm flipping tables.
Mhm.
What do you mean? Love myself now. I don't feel good in my body. I don't feel good about myself. And I don't like what I'm doing with food behind closed doors. So when you're telling me to love myself, help me out with this. And I'd like to speak to that because a lot of women are like flipping tables over this concept of self-love. Let's make this really super simple.
Yeah.
The way forward, if weight loss is meant to happen, it's going to happen in a relaxation response. It's going to
Mhm.
happen when we start to calm down and relinquish the white knuckling grip and control on the steering wheel of our own lives and our relationship with food. When we let go of that and we try to accept ourselves as is right now. We have to step into the zone of, I might not like what I weigh. I might not like how I feel or what my secrets are with food, but I can accept that for today. I can accept it for now. We have to, because
Yeah.
that will help us bring in the relaxation. And it will also help us do something called What are a couple of things that you can do right now that make you feel good in your body as is right now? We talk about gratitude. We've heard about that, right? It's really important, gratitude shower. And there's also this little thing like something I did, okay, that was really helpful. I took all the clothes that were digging into my stomach, anything that was like too tight. I donated all of that to Goodwill and I went and I bought some clothes that fit me now, that make me
Right.
feel attractive and comfortable right now. That is
Right.
an example of acceptance and calming down the judgment, the criticism, and accepting who we are right now in the name of self-love. Can we accept, show some compassion? Let's talk about your food story. Okay, you heard some of my story. I've got more, okay? But when I learned to meet myself with compassion, well, Tracy, of course we were eating all those M&Ms. Damn it. I mean, we're eating tuna and hard-boiled eggs in the 7th grade. Of course
Right.
we went off the rails. There's an adult version of us that's speaking to the troubled version of us, often a younger version. And there's a
Mm-hmm.
way out of that, but we have to accept what is now with compassion. We don't have to
Yeah.
like it. We don't have to say, well, I'm never going to be able to do this weight. No, let's just recognize where we've come from with some
Yeah.
compassion. Let's just sit with this for now. I promise. When we calm the waters
Right.
about taking care of ourselves, that is the way that we settle into a sustainable pathway that can lead us to where our weight is happy.
Yeah.
What's sustainable for us? I also intentionally, when I go to the doctors, just happened last month. Sorry, I'm going to skip the scale. I don't get on the scale. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Can you estimate your weight? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
People, what? You can do that. You don't have to get on the scale. I don't. Because in my mind, a long time ago, I've got scale trauma. Tracy don't weigh 130.
Yeah.
Weigh 130. Don't tell me 5'4". I don't weigh
Mhm.
130. I'm not
Right.
getting on the damn thing. I weigh more than that.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't. I don't want to be tripped up into diet culture again. These
Exactly.
resources were available. These are the conversations I have with amazing women to
Yeah.
find peace. It's different than dieting, Stacey. You get what I'm saying? Like it's different.
Oh,
The approach is
100%.
different.
Yeah, no, it's different than dieting because when dieting, you're all you do is focus, 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 focus on what you're eating, and and it's so stressful. And then you get on, I had know so many people, and I'm a victim of it too. You get on the scale, and you're constantly weighing yourself. One day you're off, one day you're on, one day you're 3 pounds more, one day you're 2 pounds less. And you're taking it to heart, and it's frustrating. You're like, wow, I'm being so good, and most of the time I'm doing this and I'm doing this, and I barely eat this, and I just don't get it. And you hear that a lot too from women going through menopause too. That's a big issue too. It was
Yeah.
like once I started going through menopause, that was like these hips and this little stomach and everything around it started coming, and I'm like all at once, and I was like, whoa. And it's like I think for the past 10 years I've been trying to lose 10 pounds, and I'm still at the same weight that I am.
I get it. Like it's ludicrous, right?
Yeah. Oh, totally.
You and I could hang
Totally.
out. We could hang out. We could have like a girls' night together.
Yeah.
Can I say something funny? I'll
Sure.
keep it brief. There was a time. I'm doing Weight Watchers, right? Me and my best friend, we're head to head. One of us is having a good day, one of us is having a bad day. Well, I worked real hard one week. I mean, I was pushing the exercise. I'm choking down the celery. I'm eating the soup, whatever. I'm miserable. But I'm excited for weigh-in day. And I'm
Yeah.
damn near naked going in for my weigh-in because everything, nothing, I got to weigh in.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
everything about me was hinging on what that number was going to be. So
Mhm.
I go in, this lovely older lady, I forget her name. I saw her every Friday. Back in the day when you wrote in the tracker, the sliding thing, I hand her
Mhm.
my tracker. She was going to record. I get on the scale. I'm ready. And I gained 2 pounds. This is where this thing makes us crazy. I'm a nice person, but I wasn't nice.
Yeah.
I look the scale. Oh, she writes, oh, honey, did you have a bad week? I said, no, I had a great week. Give me back my tracker. So I
Yeah.
ripped out her hands. I felt I was furious. I scared her. I probably needed to go to the bathroom or I was getting my period, something,
Yeah.
you know.
Some-
I went and sat down. I have a bad attitude. I left and I went to the Pizza Hut buffet and went haywire. Does any
Yeah.
of this make any sense? But I know you're listening, audience. Somebody is probably resonating with this type
Oh,
of
yeah. I'm resignating. I'm like, screw this. I give up. I tried everything. Yeah, you screw it. I'm going to eat what I want to eat. I'm going to enjoy myself. I want a pizza. I'm going to eat the whole freaking pizza, and I get it. I get it. definitely.
Now, women that end their work with me, I get emails back from them saying, Tracy, I had just a couple slices of the pizza and I was truly satisfied. I can't believe I used to eat the entire thing.
Right.
Makes me smile.
Yeah.
That's freedom. I wanted
Right.
to be that person. I wanted to be able to have just a little sliver of birthday cake, maybe eat the whole thing, but not be conniving on how I can get more behind everybody's back.
Exactly.
So, it requires a different approach. And I talk about this as doing something different. We need to
Yeah.
do something different. And the different is the space that I work in. And I believe that the different, doing something different, these 5 steps,
Mm-hmm.
pathway where we can say enough nonsense with any restrictive form of dieting for weight loss. Okay, now if you're health concerns with certain restrictions, that's a whole different animal. Okay,
Right.
but in terms of women wanting to love who they are and show up in grace as I call it their inner queen. We want to
Yeah.
show. We've been around a long number of years. We have it's like a rite of passage now to show up. We're showing
Yeah.
up confident grace. We're not obsessing about food. And we believe that we truly are good enough to do whatever it is that we're doing.
Right.
So it's a healing. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that. I love that because I feel so many people inside have so many scars and they're just like beat up inside, and it's like a battle. It's a battle between themselves and they wanna feel good. They want to look good. They have we all have that kind of like image that we want ourselves to be. And I think everyone fights with that. And that's why, like I was telling you earlier, sometimes I get mad at social media because for the longest time they made women much too thinner than what they were supposed to be, and
Yeah.
now they're making women, the models, that they shouldn't be obese, they should be normal healthy weight women, and that should be the example of what a healthy weight woman looks like. Because when you look at someone that's too thin, they're doing damage to themselves. They're either bulimic, they're not eating, they're starving themselves to be extra thin. So, because they're models and they're modeling these clothes and that's what they're supposed to do. And that was back in the day when we were young. And now you see women who are obese and have eating disorders and they're modeling clothes and they're giving the message it's okay to be big. And I don't judge people. It's always what's in the inside what matters. But then on a health perspective, I'm thinking high cholesterol, heart disease, I'm thinking diabetes, I'm thinking all these different things that there can be susceptible if someone overeats and not take care of their body. So, it's having that healthy, happy medium and it's teaching people how to just do it and be happy, but do it in a healthy way where it's not going to affect your health and you're going to feel good about yourself.
Oh, totally, Stacey. And if you think of the extremes, the super thin model,
Mm-hmm.
and then the woman that is very, very obese.
Mm-hmm.
From a health perspective, there's concerns on both ends of those spectrums. Okay, now I
Yeah.
am a doctor, a therapist. I'm not a specialist in any of those extremes. I just want to say that in that spectrum, there's this concept out there. And I think it's interesting. I'm just going to say that it's interesting. And I encourage everyone to consider the health at every size movement.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of good stuff in that. And what I mean by that is that's why I don't get on the scale, because I was always told I need to lose weight. I'm off of this. Well, I'm not built. My BMI
Yeah.
with overweight. I am
Yeah.
like massively healthy.
Yeah.
So there's some craziness. And I know some real athletic, healthy women that are not in those parameters and their BMI is up. You look at Serena Williams. Ooh, strong,
Mm-hmm.
healthy.
Yeah.
Love that. It's inspiring. And
Yes.
I think that there's conversation around that, like what is healthy. And I help my clients, like, what's healthy? It's healthy to you. How do you want to feel in your body? How do
Yes.
you feel? I actually don't get women that like want to get skinny because we're over it. Like the
Yeah.
women know that they don't want to get skinny. Like we see through that. They want to
Yeah.
feel good in their body and they want to know how to do that
Yeah.
without what they hear, without what they see the celebrities, doing on TV. One of the things that irritates me the most, Stacey, social media, I can't stand it. I know I have to be on it to grow the
Yeah.
audience, but like I can only handle it for so long.
Yeah. Me too.
Like me, honest people like you and I trying to do our thing, we can get crowded out by the women. Like I'm 54. If I see one more woman like my age, like here's me, like selfie in the gym, like we don't want to see that. Like we
Yeah.
laugh that. Like, it ain't working, ladies. We want to have real conversations like this. Well, what was in
Yeah.
your lunchbox in the fourth grade? I mean, let's talk about high school Jordache jeans. Let's talk about real stuff that matters, like your story, like where you're at now. How do you want to feel in your body? What does that look like to you? What's important to you? Let's work
Right.
on you. What about you? And I think that I do believe that we're in a turning point here where, like, women like you and I and many, many others, like, we've had enough of that.
Yeah.
Starting to get tired. We're starting to stand up and be like, tell me something else here.
Right.
Something else. I know there's got to be a better way. And there is.
No, there definitely is. And I like your way. I like your way of just, giving yourself self-love and being able to just focus on being happy and being able to not constrict yourself. And then the whole week you're good. And then on the weekends you go haywire because you restricted yourself during the whole week. And then everything that you fought for during the week just went to kaputs because now during the weekend, you've been to restaurants, you've eaten food with tons of butter, and, if you had a drink or two, all the sugar in the drink, you're back to square one. And it's going to take probably about 3 days. Once you get to our age, it takes about 3 days to get back to your normal weight after you had a weekend of fun, So it's
Right.
like, it's an endless cycle. And when you ovulate and menstruate, that's another problem too, because you fluctuate. So, and your cravings, so it's an endless battle. And it's really about just being happy with yourself and giving yourself, I think, normal limitations. And when I say normal limitations, it's just living to be happy and, feeling good and looking in the mirror and saying, do I like myself? And if you don't like yourself, make some healthy changes, but don't go overboard where you really put so much stress on yourself. So, because when you do that, I think you put yourself in a situation where you're bound to fail. Because when we go on those crazy diets, because there's always a new crazy trend that everybody has to try, and they're just trends and they don't work, but everybody's trying it. And, and like you said, 98% of diets fail. So, you know what? It's like it's not about dieting. It's about eating healthy, being happy, and also stress. Stress kills, and the cortisol level itself can put on weight and pack on the pounds itself. Dealing with that stress and being able, and that self-care and that self-love, like you said, will help reduce that cortisol level, will help reduce your stress too.
Now that you mentioned stress, I do want to mention one more thing here is that one of the big pain points for my clients are stress eating, stress emotional eating.
Yeah.
It's like what happens to me in that moment where I feel, we feel a craving coming on. We feel it, right? Something's going on. And we want to go to the vending machine or whatever your vice might be. How do we
Yeah.
stay above the water when we feel the cortisol? Life is stressful. Let's face it. We all have flavorful lives. And I don't know
Yeah.
anybody that doesn't have stress.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know anybody, I myself included. I deal with it all the time. It's just life on life's terms. It's fantastic. But how, Tracy, how do I stay in the now and stay true to my healthy habits? Let's say to not turn to the candy bars at 3 p.m. or not go home after work later and go off the rails when everybody goes to sleep, all of that. And I did a lot of thinking on that. Like, Tracy, what helped me get past that? Because I really struggled with the stress eating, and I got on the other side of that. I wanted to create something that made sense, that was simple, that was doable, that really provided a solution to people, women, but like anybody. My husband taps into this emotional eating rescue, stress eating rescue. So I created in my own voice, very proud of this, an emotional eating rescue audio that also can be used for stress eating. Download it, you tap into it, you listen to me for 10 minutes, and I help you ride that wave. I ask you certain things. I help you breathe to get over that period, to help you discern and discover, what do I really need right now? Because it's not the candy. If you choose the candy, you choose the candy, because we're not trying to be perfect anymore. It's going to
Yeah.
happen. There are
Exactly.
times when I go for the chocolate. I'm not going to, and I'm fine with that now, but I don't
Yeah.
impulsively, I don't beat myself up over it. But we need a way to stay present, stay grounded, stay centered, stay sane, so we can remember and tune in.
Yeah.
What's going on? What do I really need? okay, well, this is what I'm feeling. This is the emotion. None of us learned how to do that growing up. Most of that's another thing.
Mm-hmm.
Feelings and emotions, well, we should ignore those. We need to just press on because we want to
Yes.
be successful. There's a rub there. Those of us that didn't learn that skill set, we got to relearn it. And
Yep.
this is one way to do it. We have to get present, identify how we're feeling, what we need to stay out of the camp of using food to cope, numb, medicate. It can be done, but we have got to tap into this. This is the
Yeah.
only thing, because you're not going to want, okay, what's vegan when you're losing it? You don't care
Yeah.
anymore. Or what's this or what's that? There is a strategy for this. My emotional eating rescue audio, it's on my website. And it's also, I think, in your show notes. I think I shared that with you, that link where you can go
Yes.
and get and use it anytime. I'd be honored by anybody that wants to listen to me, help you stay out of the jungle and to stay. When I say in control, I mean stay aware.
Yes.
Aware of what's going on. And it's usually you've got to get through this. You do need something. I help you figure out what it is that you need by just listening and breathing. So,
Yes.
yeah.
That's so important. That's so important. Now, if you had to take today, everything we talked about, what are some important things you'd like to emphasize to the listeners?
Yeah. I think the biggest thing, two things. Number one, and we talked about this, I think one of the most powerful things we talked about in today's interview, and I dove in when you talked about self-love, right? Before self-love, self-acceptance and self-compassion with what is right now. Ladies,
Yes.
I don't like my menopause belly right now either. I don't like it either, but it doesn't mean that anything in my life has to be put on hold. And I say the same for all women out there. Like, how can we accept ourselves now? I'm wearing pants that are comfortable. This top's big and loose. My bra's not tight. Acceptance, compassion. Of course, I used to binge on all that stuff. Where can you find compassion and acceptance right now? Let's get rid of the critic. Let's get rid of the judgment and the criticism. The second thing is, and I know this is tough, and this is I help my clients through this. How can you begin on a day-to-day basis, one day at a time, starting to tap into your intuition?
Mm-hmm.
How can I take best care of myself right today? For example, like right now we're on this interview, I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Time for lunch. It's an hour past my lunchtime, so I'm hungry. I'm
Yeah.
hungry. I'm going to go eat after this.
Right.
And then I'm going to take a break because I've been go on my computer all day long. So intuition to help you learn to attune to your real needs. That is the antidote for battling with food,
Yes.
is to learn to attune with your intuition, discover what those messages inside are giving you. What are the messages? I'm hungry. It's time for lunch. My face is getting hot. We've been talking a long time. I need a break.
Mm-hmm.
What about you? You know what I mean? Like all this concept of what about you, and just start to just trust your intuition, because we have our own answers for everything. But it
Yes.
takes time to trust that again.
It does.
Yeah.
100%. I love it. I love it. Now tell everybody where they can find your website again. Tell them your name and your website.
Okay, so it's the Holistic Divas, theholisticdivas.com. On that page, you'll see a link to purchase my book. I have a free downloadable workbook to help you work through the 5 steps to find peace and freedom with food. I have a section where you can get free resources, freebies. I have a section where you can reach out and book a call with me and tell me your story, meet you one-on-one, face-to-face. And I also have a link where I've got some courses that are coming out this month, actually, that I'm really, really excited about, and all kinds of juicy. My social media links, all of that are up there as well. So the holisticdivas.com, and that emotional eating rescue audio that I mentioned is in the show notes here, I think, as well as my website too, Stacey, in your show notes. And it's also all that's on my website. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you for asking.
And can you find your book on Amazon and places like that?
Yeah, it's on Amazon. I also recorded it in my own voice on Audible, because nobody likes those robots, so I read it in my own voice, and that's available. The Diet Free Diva, it's on Amazon, paperback, Kindle, and in Audible. So it's on, the link's on my website. It's also on Amazon.
Awesome. My God, this has been amazing, Tracy. Thank you so much for coming on the show. This is, I'm so glad you came on and you brought up this topic because I think this is something that women of all ages battle with. And, like you said, it comes from loving yourself, acceptance, that's the first thing, and, we don't have to, I say don't compare yourself to the people next to you. Just it's all about how you feel about yourself, because, everybody has a different road, a different pathway. Everybody's been through different things and you can't compare yourself. And, sometimes a person might have the perfect body, but they might have also a horrible, life behind them. You don't know what goes on behind closed doors. And, don't beat yourself up because you look at some of these pictures of other people and you don't have what you think they have and you want it. Be happy with who you are. Everybody's structure is different. We're all different, and we can't have expectations of trying to look like, 110, pound model. It's not happening with my chicken thighs. I'm not 6 foot. I'm not 5'11". I'm not 5'10". It's not happening. It's not happening in this life. And you just got to accept it, and work with what you have and just love yourself and take care of yourself and work through your problems in a healthy and respectful manner. And if you have problems coping and you want to go for food, go to someone like Tracy, where, you could have, the guidance and learn the tools and different strategies like Tracy has gone over today to get you through the hump. Because, the worst thing you can do is let food control you. You have control of yourself, and you just sometimes we all need a little help. We all need coaches. We all need people and support, to guide us through the rough patches. But once we learn it and we use it and we utilize it and we put it into our lifestyle, it becomes natural. And it just becomes, you don't even realize you're doing it. And you're using the strategies that you learn, you're using the tools you learn, and you don't even recognize it. It just becomes a part of you naturally. And those are the things that save you and make you happy, because life is just being happy, healthy, and productive. And that's all what it's all about.
And I love your
So
show, Stacey. I'm so honored to be on your show, about personal growth and well-being and all the topics that you have on your podcast. I was checking those out. I'm really honored to be part of that lineup, and I really admire the work that you're doing with your show in the world.
thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you for coming on the show. And I hope to talk to you soon.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. You have a great day.
You too.
Great. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to The Advisor with Stacey Chillemi. Today, I'm very excited because we have Dr. Marcella back on the show. She has a podcast on our series, so I highly suggest that you go onto her podcast. She has amazing episodes all about dieting, about eating disorders, about how to help yourself emotionally, mentally. And she just really goes deep and dives deep into the areas where a lot of people struggle with. So check out her podcast on our channel. And she is part of our podcast community. So don't be afraid to reach out and ask her questions. She's here to help you. And that's why she's here today. And today she's going to talk about overcoming everyday language in our culture about eating disorders and dieting. Our society can be, very, there's a lot of myths out there, a lot of misconceptions, the language we use, it can be very harmful and can be very hurting to individuals. And she's going to go dive deeper and explain to you what she means by overcoming your everyday language in our culture when it comes to eating disorders and it comes to dieting. So Dr. Marcella, it's always an honor to have you on the show. I'm very excited to have you today on our show. Tell everybody exactly what you mean when you talk about overcoming the language in our culture about eating and diet and all that stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And like we'll see where we go with this. It's always like, you and I like touch a topic and then we're like, oh, here we are again. you know. I bring this up for the main reason that I work with folks. I run a body image group, and people in the group feel so hopeless about like, I'll never love my body. I'll never, that this will never happen. And I share with them that it is a journey, absolutely. And they're like, I don't know what to do. And they're also like, tell me what to do, what I can do. And I often start off saying, look at your words. Look at the words, how you describe your body. Look at even the words about how you eat, and how you describe food. And so I wanted to bring this up today, Stacey, because I just hear it everywhere. I was at a at a potluck a couple of days ago, and there was like all kinds of food, and everyone was bringing just something really yummy and decadent and just wonderful, and that people wanted to share with others. And often, there's just like a lot of food. And I remember one person feeling like, oh, I didn't have a chance to eat your empanadas. And then they were thinking like, well, but I have a small plate here, and so I get to have two, plates. And
Yeah.
so it's kind of like this like rationalizing of like, oh, I already ate, I shouldn't eat an empanada, but since I had a small plate, then I get to have more food, as
Yeah.
opposed to that I just want to try this. It sounds yummy. It sounds delightful, and thank you for making it for us. So is it, and just that kind of language, I just hear common, and we're just really caught up in it. And first, I want to say this isn't about shame. This isn't about punishment. You like don't use that language. It's more about thinking about the words that we use and how we rationalize or feel like we need to earn our food, particularly food that I'll say is often like carbs and fats. Like those are the foods like we feel like we need to earn somehow. And so when folks share, like, what do I do? Where do I start? I often say, look at your words and your choices of the words that you use. And are there different words that you could use? And I bring up the food because we go to social gatherings with food, and there's often a lot of food there, and we often get full. And usually there's guilt after, or kind of this laughing like, I'll work this off, or I'll be good tomorrow. And I just wanted us to take pause about that. And Stacey would love to hear your thoughts too.
I go out with people all the time, and a lot of times I'll do it sometimes. I'll hear my husband do it, and we'll go out, we'll eat something, sometimes maybe it's so good we might have a bite more than, or two bites more than we're already feeling that full feeling, and our body's telling us no more food, please. But you still, you have that one more bite, you justify it. Well, it's just a bite, it tastes so good. And then afterwards, the guilt starts coming in, or you might feel that over full feeling. Then you feel disgusted with yourself. You're like, oh, I overate, and I think too in our society, we're so self-critical also. We never, I've been trying to lose weight for the past 10 years, and I'll look in the mirror, and I won't be happy with certain parts of my body, and I want to change it so bad. But then I also see myself, as much as I want to change it and as much as I do things to change it, I could be doing more, and I don't, so it's like, you know what, we can say things, but we also have to put a call to action too. And I'm guilty of it myself. I always talk about my stomach and how I have a little bit of a stomach that I need to lose. After I had my kids, I got that little belly bump, and I can't, my kids are grown up, and I'm still trying to lose that belly bump, or at least make it look a little prettier, and certain parts of my body. But it's like, you look in the mirror, you don't like what you see, but what are we doing to change it? I remember one person had said, imagine what you'd like to look like every time you have something in front of you, because it could be so tempting when you have all that, you go to those gatherings and you have all that food there and you want to try everything, and, and we try to justify it in our head, well, just like you said, well, I could, I'll be good tomorrow. I've used that excuse many times. I'll be good tomorrow. I'll have a light, lunch, and I'll exercise a little, and I'll do this, and I'll be fine. But that's not a good attitude to have, I don't think,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's and folks got to do what folks need to do. Like some folks share, like I need to have containment, or I need this very harsh language because I'm overeating, and I and at times I want to, and I do respect folks' choices, and I also ask like, but how is that working for you? If you're okay with this degree of self-criticism or this degree of very harsh discipline, I I can't imagine a lifestyle around that. I particularly can't imagine a lifestyle around that with food. If there
Yeah.
is something where you know, like, it's hard for me to stop eating, then you might want to take a look at, like, so what is my relationship with food? Is there some emotional eating happening that where things just take over? And especially if there's like this kind of harsh deprivation and this degree of discipline, you're also setting up deprivation. And so when you go into these events where there's a lot of food, it's also that kind of that mentality of like, okay, I get to have this free range right now, but then tomorrow I'm back to being quote unquote good. And also I can imagine, like, is that even enjoyable if you're eating beyond full? Because this is the one time you're going to give yourself that time to have those cupcakes and then the chocolate and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like
Yeah.
I also can't imagine that being fun also. And so it's just more so then folks share again, like, so then what do I do, how do I start? And so I often say, like, why don't you try changing some of your vocabulary? Why don't you try changing some of the, like, I'll be good tomorrow, as opposed to, yeah, there was a lot of food here, I overate, it feels a little uncomfortable in my stomach. That feeling will pass, and I'm feeling guilty, and I'm going to work with my guilt and how do I soothe my guilt. And then tomorrow I'll be hungry again, and I'm going to give myself three enjoyable meals. Um, so, and I know that, that takes also practice too, like what I just said, like that takes a long time to get to that. But just how can we just note that, oh, maybe right now it's just diet culture taking over, and noting, like, when I say I'll be good tomorrow, or, well, I have a small plate, so I get to have two plates of food. Just note that, like, oh yeah, that
Yeah.
is that is diet culture taking over. We never, as human beings, ever had to earn our food. When was that a thing? So it's just noting, like, let's really break it down, and really remind ourselves over and over again, like, nourishment and food pleasure and enjoyment are not things we earn. These are
Right.
basic human rights for ourselves, our longevity, our connection with ourselves, our connection with others, our culture. Like, those are just, we don't earn those things. Those are our basic human rights and principles and values of who we are.
There's three things I think of. One, I think of the environment we come from in our society. Everywhere you go, everything is served in huge plates. We're taught that it's okay to have these huge portions. We see, and then when I grew up, and even when my grandparents grew up, it's like finish everything on your plate. So it's like you go to these big restaurants, you get these big portions that, sometimes these places can give you 3-4 days worth of food in one serving. And some people's mentality is like, clean everything off my plate. It's on my plate, I got to clean it off. This is how I was taught in my environment. And there are other people who just love food. They say, they always say, I love food, this is why I eat. But then I see people that I know that have, trauma in their lives, or they've had trauma in their lives, and they're overweight. And, they'll use the excuse, well, I love food. But then I think to myself, do you love food, or are you using food as a coping mechanism? And are we justifying it, saying, yes, it's okay to eat, because, tomorrow I'll be better. But, what's the root cause? Is the root cause that you've been taught this in your environment? Is it because because you are trying to deal with problems that that go back, that you're using food as a coping mechanism? Or, or is it true? Do you just love food? And if you just love food, then why can't you learn how to eat in a healthy way? Is it because you're surrounded by people who eat in large portions? Or but then when you look in the mirror, and if you don't like what you see, you know, what's stopping you from changing, you know, and making changes in yourself, or getting that help to learn how to start?
Mm. Yeah, those the the thought or the question around food portions in our society, and I feel like in our American society, is really notable in that. I feel like we just operate in such extremes. I mean, we are the messages and the dieting and change your body, you can do this. Get up, you can do this, and the before and after pictures. I mean, all of that. And then, so there's like that one extreme. And then just going to a restaurant and ordering a plate of food and being like, oh my God, you know, like that's that's a lot. You just served me a platter, not a
Yeah.
plate.
Mhm.
Um, and 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 I could see what I often see or feel is like when that platter is being served, this kind of like it feels like anxiety for folks, like, oh, what do I do, as opposed to, all right, this is the food I've been served. Kind of looking at it going, most likely I'm going to be taking some of this home.
Yeah.
um, and and that's okay. Yeah, I don't know how to reckon with that, you know, of like the really large portions of food. I also and if folks, so that's one part. I feel like that's just another example of our extreme society. And then really putting folks down for that kind of for eating, as opposed to, why don't we take a look at how we operate as a society. Yeah, this extreme kind of. And then when we see examples of exercise, we also see very heavy duty, like dripping with sweat, kind of that, like you really have to like exercise to the point where you're, um, again, extreme exercise. Like
Yeah.
we don't see exercise as leisurely walks or stretching or anything. But again, so it's just all this extreme, extreme, extreme. So I first, I don't like that, you know. And it just is like, as I'm talking to you and sharing that, it's just like I feel exhausted just like
Yeah.
noticing all of that. And if you grew up with, you know, clean your plate and there's food as coping. I mean, I work with folks with eating disorders who have full-blown eating disorders where I'm actually concerned medically about them. And I work with folks who have just this emotional eating where they've shared, like, I have this relationship with food that I just don't like. And they share too of that, you know, they've also shared, like, you know, when I look at myself in the mirror, they say, like, it's not so much that I don't like what I see. They said, what I don't like is that seeing that this emotional relationship with food that I have, I could see that. And that's what I don't like. And so we talk. I mean, sure, there are some strategies we can talk about, but we also just talk about one's emotional relationship with food, and where food is used as coping, where there's a lack of attunement, with oneself and food. And so and again, that also takes time to build.
Yeah, you know, and it is. We lived in a society where it's very hard, you know. And then you can be very scared when you see the before and after. Our society makes you think that you have to work so hard, and you know, you don't really have to work that hard. If you learn how to eat right and you learn how to incorporate, some exercise into your diet, you can actually drop the weight. It doesn't have to be this strenuous thing. And a lot of the people that I know that have gone on these extreme diets and they've gone on these exercise binges, a lot of them, as soon as they stop, they gained all the weight back. So, it's like a up and down roller coaster ride for them, so does that go back to the way we think and our body, the language in our culture, we're giving people the wrong messages, I think. We're, and then we go up and down and, in our weight. And then I think we're too hard on ourselves too, with our body image, like, we were talking about our language, but we're so hard on ourselves. Sometimes people put themselves so down that their self-worth goes down, and either they don't think they're worthy to look and feel better, or they just don't think they can do it, and I've seen that also. What's your input on that?
My input is that when you pursue body image to lose weight, you're setting yourself up, as opposed to, I'm going to pursue body image to be connected with my body. I'm going to pursue being attuned to my eating to be connected with my eating, to have a wonderful, pleasurable relationship with food. When you start bringing weight loss into the picture, you're starting to set yourself up for disappointment, for expectations, because at the end of the day, we don't know what your body's going to do.
Yeah.
Uh, your body might lose weight, it might not lose weight. Does that mean all your efforts to reconnect with yourself and with food are then not worth it? And I would say no to that. If you were going on a journey of like, I want to start developing more attunement to my eating and just notice, when I'm hungry, when I'm full, what feels good right now, and also what can I access, if I want to have movement because I want to be flexible, I want to be strong, um, um, I have various goals in mind that I want to do. And when you start to bring in weight loss into that, you can really start to muddy the waters. And so, I mean, so that's why, I just want to note that and ask folks of that. I hear you on wanting to lose weight. Absolutely. Our society, even our medical, like, I'm sure doctors tell folks all the time, you need to lose weight, you need to lose weight. Um, and so, I just want to note that, that sometimes, weight loss may happen, sometimes it may not. So I just want to note that while folks work on having a more harmonious relationship with food and their bodies, and that does go back to the language you use, like note your language of, oh, I didn't work out today, therefore I can only eat X, Y, and Z, and I can't have A, B, and C. Note that when you're at gatherings, we're all probably going to overeat at a gathering because there's a lot of food. And note, like, when you start to feel guilty, or when you start to feel like, well, then make sure I eat a salad tomorrow. Like, just really start to note that. Our bodies change as we get older, and note that, like, there is a process where we, like, there might be, or a grieving process as our bodies change, and like, okay, of course there is some of that loss. And also note that it is a privilege to get older too. So how do we just start to bring in more of that vocabulary? And I I often tell folks, like, maybe there are just some words you can swap out. Maybe, like, what folks say, I hate myself, let's say, and like, and they tell me, like, I can't just go and start to saying I love myself, like, it just, or they're like, or I more like, I hate my body. I will use that one as an example. And it's not like folks can just turn around and basically say like, well, I love my body. And they're like, Marcella, that's not going to work. Then I'm like, maybe let's take hate out and bring in another. Like, I'm having challenges with my body. I'm having some issues with my body. Like can you start there? And maybe for some folks, like, I just need to work towards neutrality. Like if I aim for loving my body, I'm just going to get disappointed. So how about if I just aim for neutrality, where I'm like, I just don't hate my body. I'm like, okay, that's if that's where you're like, that's the goal in front of me. Great, great. And so it's just noting of like, where can you start to say things differently, swap out words, particularly the words that are very harsh and very critical, because that kind of mentality of I feel guilty, I want to lose weight. I mean, that's that takes time to break down and to be free of that. So while we're still like, okay, that's still there, like recognize like that's diet culture, that's diet culture, that's diet culture, and the things I say to myself, I do want to shift that. I have control of those of what I say to myself. So I'm going to swap out words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once you're able to swap out words, how does that motivate someone mentally to get to the next step where they start taking action and they start trying to do things to help their dieting process or their eating disorder and so forth.
I'm gonna go with like folks who do like more of the emotional eating. 'Cause I feel like folks with eating disorders, that requires a bit more intervention. But with folks who just have this emotional relationship with food, I think when you start to swap out the words, you start to give yourself more permission. I think to uh, let me stop for a second. Like, I think when folks start to swapping out the words, they're less harsh on themselves. And when you're less harsh on yourself, you don't have this push pull like deprivation, and then I'm all in and overeating, deprivation as when I think when the words start being swapped out, then it's just not as extreme, like deprivation, all in. It just starts to come more to the middle of like, okay, what am I feeling like? Oh, okay. And maybe some folks are still making choices around like, okay, I have to have my salad today, and asking folks like, okay, when you're having your salad, then how can you enjoy it? Like,
Yeah.
you start to bring in aspects where you can enjoy the salad. Like, is there something in your salad that you can add to make it enjoyable? Because I guarantee if all you're doing is having iceberg lettuce and raw vegetables, like you're not going to enjoy that.
Yeah.
So it's how to bring that in more. I tell folks of like noting when you're eating, like some folks eat really really fast, and noting like, are there ways to slow down? Are there ways to like start to have a dialogue around, okay, i'm I'm engaging, this is my food, I want to enjoy it right now.
Mhm.
Um I I tell folks like, because folks share like, well, I could never have a bag of cookies in my house because I'm going to eat it all. And I share like, well, in time you will, because in time when you start to remove deprivation, and I'll say like, making your salads more yummy. I just use
Yeah.
that as an example. Then the power of the cookies will really start to go down. And in the meantime, yeah, you may not be able to have a bag of cookies in your house, so don't set yourself up for that. But just note like, okay, but I'm going to bring in pleasurable foods, and I tell folks like, in the meantime, then go to a cafe or something where you can have a cookie and really take the time to enjoy that, knowing
Mhm.
that in time I'll be able to have a cookie in my house.
Right.
And so it takes some building up. And as that starts to happen, then there's a way that we can start to neutralize food, little by
Right.
little. Yeah.
I like that. Now, with today's conversation, if you had to really look at everything we talked about in our conversation, what are some things you'd like to really emphasize to the listeners? So, important aspects that you think will really make a difference in their lives.
I'm going to ask the listeners to spend one day, like even writing down and noting everything you say to yourself about food and your body, and write it down. Maybe you'll write down 10 phrases, maybe you'll write down 20, maybe you'll write down 5. And just note those and be like, okay, this is what I say to myself.
Right.
Okay. And take a look at that and see like, okay, can I swap out some words? So I'll say like start there. And just bringing in as much curiosity as possible. Like what you're saying to yourself is diet culture, and saying like, okay, well, I don't want diet culture to live in my head rent free. So I'm going to I'm going to bring in curiosity, because I want to say things to myself that I own, that feel good. And I'm not there yet. So I'm going to
Yeah.
take these phrases that I say to myself every single day, because they're very automatic, and bring in a lot of curiosity and tenderness with myself, and saying, it's okay. It's okay. This is diet culture. And now, are there some words that I can swap out just to make it less harsh?
Hmm. I like that. I like that a lot. Now, tell us some of the services that you provide.
Um, I'm a psychologist in the state of California, so I see folks from a range from emotional eating to body image to full-blown eating disorders, teens and adults. I also do consultation with any type of therapist, medical provider, healer, if they are working with a client or a patient with an eating disorder, or they want to incorporate, or they want to build their skill set. I also, I'm starting to work more with organizations to help them, like how to build uh, an eating disorder service center in their place. I also provide trainings for various clinics and schools and organizations on a range from body image to how to address eating disorders in your practice. And I have a newsletter that comes out a few times a year where we look at eating disorders, we look at diet culture, um, and yeah, like in a nutshell, those are the main things that I do offer.
Now, if people wanted to go onto your newsletter, where can they find you?
They can find me at my website, www.marcellaeatingdisordertraining.com, and you can sign up for my newsletter there.
Great. And also, if they wanted to do a consultation, can they find you on your website also for a
Yes,
consultation
there's
as
a
well?
consultation page, and there's an appointment where you could just book, and then yes.
Oh, I love it. I think today was so important. I'm so glad you came on the show to talk about eating culture because I think people, sometimes if we change the words we use, trying to get back on track and trying to obtain a healthy way of eating and starting to feel good about yourself can become a lot easier because it is hard when you look in the mirror and you don't like who you see. But I think, by changing the words we use, instead of saying, I hate my body, you can use a different phrase that's not harsh on yourself because it'll never, get us anywhere to be harsh on our own selves. It's just, it's only going to cause us more inner pain. And, by using the right language, like you mentioned throughout this video, I think it could be a lot easier when you're starting to begin the process of changing the way you think, changing the way you react to eating, and start, a healthy way of looking at food and not looking at it as your, as something that's bad, but just learn how to use it appropriately so we can reach our goals and expectations in the future. So I'm really happy you came on the show today to talk about this. Thank you so much. Is there anything else you'd like to close with before we go?
No, I think you and I think we went on a journey and we came back to like note your words. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Marcella. I love when you come on. You always have great advice, and I look forward to our next show with you. You are just an amazing person, and this is something that's really warranted in our society. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
You have a great day.
You too.
Great. Hi, this is Stacy from The Advisor, and I'm very excited today because we have a very special guest. This is Sandra Leah, and she is a speaker, an author, and a coach for food addiction. And I'm going to quickly let her take it away because she has such great information to share with you on how to overcome food addiction, what it is, the treatment, and the works. So Sandra, why don't you tell everybody a little about yourself and let them know how they could help themselves with food addiction.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for having me on, Stacy. It's such a pleasure to be here. I am definitely a trailblazer here in Canada in the field of food addiction and soon to be in the United States as well. I was one of the first certified food addiction counselors in the world. So I actually had to go over to Iceland to write my final exam, which was no big hardship. But I find it very interesting that Europe will recognize food addiction as a diagnosis and that I am a food addiction counselor. But over here in North America, where we have an obesity crisis and we have a toxic food environment, they're not so willing to look at that. So that's just a very interesting little tidbit. I created an outpatient program in Ontario, where I am from and where I live, and that outpatient program runs in clinics across Canada. And I created Canada's first 28-day residential program in Toronto at a place called Renaissance. So Renaissance is a treatment center for originally opened in the 1970s for drugs and alcohol. And then about 5 or 6 years ago, they opened their doors to food addicts. And so I helped create that program and executed that program for over a year. And I have to tell you, Stacy, that was one of the most rewarding years of my career to be in a treatment center. It was for women only, of people trying to get over their addictions. They are the most beautiful souls you will ever come across. And so I put out my very first book this year in March called Never Enough: The 3 Pillars of Food Addiction Recovery. And so the never enough has a double meaning. I think that this idea of not being enough plagues almost every human, but especially women, right? We can never be enough, do enough. I'm not thin enough, smart enough, fast enough. I can't love enough. I can't give enough. And that feeling of never being enough often has us reaching for solace in food, shopping, relationships, gambling. And then whatever we're using for comfort becomes never enough, right? I can never have enough shoes to make me feel worthwhile. And lastly, what mostly qualifies me for this job is I am a food addict. And in my 20s, I was over 100 pounds overweight. And I wish I could tell you it was just my weight and my eating. But food addiction, like other addictions, really devastated every area of my life. My marriage was crumbling. I had clinical depression. I was in an enmeshed codependent relationship with my mom, who was living with bipolar disorder and obesity herself. And I was on sick leave. And from that really low point, I rebuilt my life. And it wasn't until I treated my weight and my eating like an addiction that I was able to release the 100 pounds. Because prior to that, I was a professional dieter. I was just looking for that magic diet, right? At that time, it was keto, not keto, sorry, Atkins. And there were, diets of like cabbage soup. And I used to do Nutrisystem. They're not open anymore. I did Nutrisystem before microwaves. So the food would come in these pouches that you would have to boil. That's how old I am. And thank God I never found that diet. And thank God I could never be skinny, because all I wanted was to be skinny. And I thought once I was skinny, everything would work out. I would get the guy, the job, the house, the money, life would be good, because I grew up in the 80s and I used to watch MTV, and the girls on MTV, they looked one way and they looked happy. So I thought that was the way to achieve happiness. And because I couldn't do that with the diet, that was the fuel to change my life, to change my inner world so that my outer world could change.
Yes.
Yeah.
I find in the United States, all over the world, we all struggle. And I think so much has to do with the media as well, because the media always painted a picture, like you said, especially in the 80s and 90s. Everyone was glorified looking. Let's say you saw Pamela Anderson, she was on that show, and you saw Farrah Fawcett, and you saw all, the younger generation listen to this, they're gonna say, who the hell are they? But it's like, but you saw all these glorified, beautiful women, and so in a woman's mind, it's like, I just have to look like that, and my life will be like that too. But it's not easy, to lose the weight, especially as we get older and our body starts to change. Every year our body changes, our metabolism changes, and even if different illnesses and DNA all play a part, everything does. But it's a struggle. But it's also, we live in an area where, people are always trying to lose weight. And it's not that easy to lose weight. And it really hurts people's self-esteem. And it plays a part on how they care for themselves, how they love themselves. And I think it's so important, to know that, yes, we can lose weight. It's not impossible, but we have to do it in a healthy way. And, and I know that you work very hard to show people the importance of how to lose weight healthy and what could happen with these crazy rapid weight loss, that you see all over the place. You see it on the internet, you see it on YouTube, you see it on Facebook. Rapid weight loss, explain that to people and why it's not a good thing, because people in our society, everything needs to be fast. People have no patience. They want to see fast results, but in anything in life, good things take time. And why is it not good to indulge in those rapid weight losses?
Yeah, so super restricted diet, rapid weight loss are very dangerous. You and I are sitting here today because our ancestors through the centuries were able to withstand famine. Okay, so let's just bear with me for a moment. And because they could go for stretches without finding food, and then when they would find food, they would be able to eat a ton of it and hold on to the calories and hold on to the weight, and then the genes would go on, and here we are today.
Yeah.
So what happens when you go on a super restrictive diet, your brain doesn't know, oh, it's because I have a wedding to go to in a few months. Your brain perceives famine. And it's an artificial famine, right? Because there is food available, but a cascade of events happens in your brain that are completely outside of your control, that the longer you're on the famine, is going to make you want to find food, seek food, and eat as much food as possible, because your brain actually believes it's life or death. And then you put that person in this toxic food environment where there's tons of queues and there is fast food on every block available 24/7. And then you have your brain driving you going, eat, eat, eat. Oh my God, we're in a famine. We have to end this very quickly. So understand, after every famine comes the feast. And I'm very grateful and lucky to work with some of the top obesity doctors in Canada. Canada actually is a world leader in obesity management. So just a little shout out to Canada. And I work with some of the top doctors. And this is what I've learned from them. There is research to prove that every single diet works. Keto, low carb, high carb, low fat, Mediterranean, low calorie. They all work in the short term, every single one of them. And we have even more overwhelming research to show that over 95% of all diets fail. Over 95. The truth is like 97, but I'm not allowed to say that. So over 95% of all diets fail. How could it ever have been your fault with those stats? Who listening to this would board a plane if the pilot said, buckle up, we got a 95% chance of crashing? You'd like, where's the exit sign? But yet we're all waiting for that next diet. Maybe this one will work. Maybe it's this. Maybe it will be. No, it's never going to work. And what happens with the diet is we've all been on them and they work in the short term. And then that cascade of events happens in our brains that are outside of our control. But what do? We blame ourselves. Oh, if I could have just stuck to it, if I could have been more disciplined, maybe it is my fault. It was never going to work. Never.
Yes. I agree. You know, I find that, you know, a lot of people that do the rapid weight loss, as soon as they stop, either two things happen with a lot of my clients. One, they start to gain that craving back, their old eating habits, because it's, you know, even though they broke it for a while, it hasn't become a lifestyle change. It's like, because when you're forced to do something to lose weight, in the back of your head, you're still craving.
The elastic band.
Yeah. And so many people, as hard as they work to lose the weight, you'll notice a lot of them gain most of it back. You know, they work so hard, and more. And, you know, and then, you know, it gets very depressing. It's like an uphill battle, you know, they really, really, really want to lose the weight, you know, it's like, but they can't break those eating habits. And sometimes, in my opinion, I feel like, one, it could be because it's a coping mechanism. You know, maybe people, you know, are using it to cope with their emotions, because a lot of people use food to cope with their emotions, just like addicts, you know, with alcohol and drugs. A lot of them use it as a way to cope with unsettled feelings or trauma, or, you know, or just the stress they're going through in their lives that are just overwhelming for them, you know. And some people just love food. It's just a love. They want to lose the weight, but they love food. And it's like a lead magnet. It just draws them in. And as hard as they try to fight that, you know, to get away from that magnet, it just keeps drawing them in. What do? You know, maybe we could break it down into two thoughts, and you can tell us the people who are using it as a coping mechanism and those people who just love food. You know, it's in their head. It's you know, they just love it. And it's so hard for them to just stop eating the food that is making them gain the weight.
Yeah, so a couple of things. First, I want to make an important distinction between food and ultra processed, factory made, nutrient poor, disease causing food products. So let's not even talk about them in the same sentence, because if we all just ate real food that came from our earth with minimal processing, I get like we can't eliminate all processed, like chickpeas in a can is slightly processed, like tuna in a can, yogurt's been processed, but still very healthy. I'm talking about the ultra processed crap, junky, highly addictive food. And just so everybody knows, it has been engineered to be highly addictive. The food industry wants the biggest share of your wallet, and it's highly competitive. So how do they make sure you buy this cereal instead of that cereal, or this box of cookies versus that box of cookies? Well, they do a lot of science. They put people in MRI machines. They watch, you know, feed people food and watch the brain light up in a reward center. And if they can hit the bliss point, which is a term the food industry came up with, the bliss point, it's over rewarding, it can become addictive for some people. Not everybody, but some people. It's no different than alcohol, right? There's many, many people out there that can enjoy a glass of wine and have no consequences from it, and maybe have another glass in a week or two. And then there's people who are addicted, who one glass of wine means they're going to go down a road where they may become inebriated or don't show up for work, or it's going to be a problem for them. And that's the way it is with these ultra processed junky foods that cause disease. So that's the first step, is really separating what is food and what is not food. if you and I could go back 120 years ago, there likely would be no food addiction, because 120 years ago, there was no food on this planet that was highly addictive. Nobody can say, you know what, I had a really stressful day. I'm going to go home and eat 3 chickens and a bushel of Brussels sprouts. Like, that's how upset I am. You can't. You literally can't. Your body reacts to whole natural foods in whole natural ways. The chewing, the fiber, you become so satiated, your body says stop. And they've actually done studies where they've tried to incentivize people with money to overeat on whole natural foods. You can't. Your body literally, like, it's too awful. Now, if we switch that to these food-like substances where the full signal doesn't come on, right? People can overeat well into being fully sick. You know, I always say, after a hard day, could I come home and eat 6 full apples? Like, just sit at the table and eat 6 apples and all that chewy, like, it would be really tough, right? Even though apples are delicious and sweet, replace the apples with 6 warm, gooey chocolate chip cookies straight out of the oven, same amount of calories, maybe the same amount of sugar. Not a problem. If I'm upset enough, not a problem. So either, you know, whether we're looking at food addiction or emotional eating, or I just love food. If you just love real food, you likely won't have a problem. You might have to put in some boundaries around quantities, but it doesn't ignite the hunt for more. So that's the thing. Ultra processed sugary foods, it doesn't satiate some of us. It actually ignites the hunt for more. It's like, oh, I just ate a bag of chips. What's next? What's next? So in my 20s, I used to have a tape running all the time. Where am I going to eat? When am I going to eat? How much am I going to eat? Did I eat too much? Should I skip dinner? Which I never would. Did I have too little? Maybe I can have seconds or third. It was just constant, like a drug addict. But the further you are away from your trigger foods, so I call a trigger food a food that you obsess about, that once you start, it's hard to have a reasonable portion and will often lead to an overeating episode. That's a trigger food. So I never tell people what to eat or not to eat. I'm not in the business of that. I'm in the business of what is peaceful for you. What brings you peace? What can you eat that has a beginning and an end and doesn't make you feel guilty, doesn't make you feel bad about yourself? Food should never make you feel bad about yourself. That's your first hint that it's not a peaceful food. Because whenever I talk about eliminating trigger foods, and I often give talks to medical professionals, someone stands up and they always say, Sandra, that sounds really restrictive. It's never a good idea to eliminate whole food groups. And I'm like, yeah, you're 100% right. So what is it about a Dorito that is a food? Just like silence. You're like, because we can look at the ingredients package right now of a Dorito or a donut, or whatever there's more chemical than food. There's a sprinkling of food, but that's true of a lot of addictive substances. There's a sprinkling of something natural, and then we process it. Like if we look at cocaine came from the cocoa leaf, right? That was fine. There was a time in history when a man and woman came across a cocoa leaf, they would chew on it, get a spurt of energy. It was great. And then we processed into cocaine, and then crack cocaine, and then it became highly addictive and very deadly.
Isn't that crazy? Oh, God.
Yeah.
I always say, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'll say quickly. I always say to people, because a lot of people don't even realize what bad foods are. I say, if you turn it around, look at the ingredients. If you can't pronounce it, then obviously it's not good for you. But go ahead. I want you to keep talking. I don't want to interrupt you.
No, that's exactly right. And, you know, we've talked a lot about weight loss, and I know that people, that's one of their goals, weight loss. And there's nothing wrong with that goal. When I work with my clients, I really ask them to let go of weight loss, and that scares people. They're like, oh, what? And so I actually don't know what I weigh, and I can't know what I weigh because the number on the scale has never, ever made me happy. So my weight is none of my business. It's none of my business. For me, I'm a religious person. I say, like, God owns my weight. And then what I own is eating whole foods and moving my body. That's what I own, and having a spiritual life.
Yes.
And then why do I need to know what I weigh? If you're doing the very best that you can, why do you need to know what you weigh? So I run pre-COVID, I would run my programs in clinics, and it was great. I saw people, real people in a room. Can you imagine? And I'll never forget this day. This woman came in. It was an 8-week program. We were at week 6. She had been doing so well. You could see it. You could see in the way she walked, in the way she showed up. And when you let go of sugar and processed foods, you sleep better, your skin looks better, you glow. You literally glow. You're eating
You really
real food.
do.
And so she had gotten on the scale at week 6, and she goes, Sandra, I only lost 5 pounds. Like as if that's nothing, right? I only lost 5 pounds. And I was so mad and so upset. And I've been on an eating binge ever since. And I'm like, oh my God, right? That's the power of the scale. What if she had never gotten on the scale and she was looking at the other things? So she's looking for improved sleep, the fact that her libido was up, the fact that she was in a better mood, present for her children. She walked different. She felt different. She was starting to love herself. All that didn't matter. It didn't matter because she had only lost 5 pounds, and she threw away everything else, all the other milestones, and made the scale king. So I always say, if you cannot be neutral about the number on the scale, throw it in the trash. Just throw it away. Find other things to measure, because you may never get to your goal weight.
Right.
You may never get there. So what does that mean? Does that mean you don't get to live the life you want? And the real work is loving the body you have today, loving and enjoying the body you have today. Why? Because you're never getting this day back. You're never going to get this day back. And, I turned 50 last year, and I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to feel like I can't waste any more time. There's no more, oh, I'll buy it when I'm this size, or I'll go on that trip when I'm there, or I'll do the pool party when. Though, no, we've only got so much time left on this earth, and we cannot wait to be a certain size to enjoy life. You deserve to enjoy life today.
Yeah, I agree so much with you. And I got to tell you, I am a victim of always going on the scale, and I'm trying to break that habit because I carry a lot of water weight. So, I can easily, one day I could be 135. Then whatever I ate, maybe the next day, I just retain water I just retain it, and, it'll go away in a day or two, but I just happen to retain water. So I'll go on the scale. I could be 4 or 5 pounds heavier the next day. And that drives me nuts. I'm like, even a pound, like, what did I do? But then I'll go and I'll actually use a measuring tape.
Yeah.
And the measuring tape tells me you're doing better than you ever have before. And such a difference, and, I always feel like if you really want to see if you're doing good, use a measuring tape. But you know what? Don't focus so much on that. How, like you said, how are you feeling? That's what matters. Are you feeling more energetic? When you're, do you, like you said, is your libido up? How is your metabolism functioning? All these things are the main things that matter. But our society has always, you see those pictures of the girl holding the scale, and, you know what? I'm like, that's the way we've been trained to think, but the scale is our worst enemy. It really, really is. And that's such a good point that you made, because you got to break that habit if you do it. And I try my best, and I just got to throw away that scale maybe and just get rid of it, because it's become a habit. And it's like, but I always have maintained a certain plateau weight, but then my inches tell me differently. So you can't really rely.
And Stacey, do you know how many women out there, their goal weight is 135 or 145, would die to be 145 when you have your water weight gain, would die for that. And then you're there going, oh my gosh, I've gained 5 pounds of water weight. What am I going to, like, how does that affect your day? How do you show up? Right? We never know the cost of not loving and accepting ourselves. So I truly believe that the most important relationship you're ever going to have in this lifetime is the one you have with yourself. And what I
Yes.
believe to be true about myself will show up in my relationships, in my work, in my finances, in my home. But I don't even know this if I'm in a place of self-hatred, self-condemnation, harsh internal critic. Like, I don't even know how bad it is until you close the door on that and you come
Yes.
into a place of being peaceful and loving and accepting. And then you're like, "Whoo, all my friends are really great and I attract really great opportunities and I feel good about, like, whoa, wait a minute. Oh, is that because I made that shift and I had no idea I was in the dark for
Yeah.
the first 20 years of my, or the, like, not the first 10 years, but I would say from, teens to 30, I was in total darkness and I didn't
Yeah.
know all the things I was repelling. I had no
Yeah.
idea.
And do you notice also with yourself and your clients that when you start to accept yourself, you start to glow and you start to behave different and people notice that and you can focus and you can reach your goals and you start to really build that self-esteem. Your whole life changes all by how you feel about yourself. Like you said, accepting yourself as the now and just, in the present time. And if you want to make a few tweaks, like you said, look at the foods you're eating and focus on the better foods, but appreciate yourself for who you are now. Because I came to the conclusion, I stopped feeling the pity party and I started saying, you know what, there are a lot of other people out there, a lot worse than I am, and I really need to appreciate who I am as a person and start loving that person. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I couldn't agree more. So if you do not have love for yourself, you cannot give it to others. Not truly, not that unconditional love. The way that I judge myself is the way I judge others. The more comfortable I am with my mistakes and more my shortcomings, the more comfortable I can be with yours. And so people will say, no, I'm not so harsh with other people. You're lying to yourself. You maybe not verbalizing it, but it's in your head. People who spew hate usually have a lot of hate for themselves. And so
Yeah.
the more at peace I am with myself, the more at peace I can be with other people. And the greatest compliment anybody can give me is that they enjoy my energy. Like, I'm telling you, head down, that is like the best pickup line, the best line. And I have people in my life who literally call me up and say, I just need to sit with you for a little bit. I just need to feel that energy. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I love you so much. And I want to be that person.
Yes.
In contrast, in my 20s, and I still am friends with these people, they told me I had the saddest eyes that they had ever encountered. Sad eyes. Like I can't believe that was the way people described me, but it was. I was just filled with so much self-hatred and self-disgust. And then those are the people I attracted, the circumstances I attracted, everything mirrored how I felt about myself. And yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't never verbalize judgment for other people, but I did in my head because I had
Yeah.
it for myself.
Right. And you know what? I just got to ask you, because you are a food addiction counselor, when I'm sure you get people that come to you and they ask you, how do I stop this addiction? What are the steps I need to do? What can I do to stop being addicted to food? I want to change. I just don't know how. I'm stuck in these habits. I'm stuck. I tried everything and nothing is working. What do I do? And so what do because that's, I think, the common question. All these people are like, I keep trying to lose weight. I lose weight, but then I gain it back, blah, blah, just like we talked. What do you tell these clients the healthy way? What do they need to start doing?
Yeah. So I've outlined the 3 pillars of recovery in my book, Never Enough. So before I even get into the 3 pillars,
Yeah.
the foundation has to be self-love and self-acceptance. Why? Because a lot of us had shaky foundations in our childhood. There's a huge link between childhood neglect and trauma and obesity later in life. And we didn't often get the love and acceptance that we needed. And now, and that's no one's fault. No one's responsible for what they happened to them as children, but as adults, We have to give it to ourselves. So that's the foundation. Otherwise, these pillars are built on sand. I can't build pillars on self-hatred. And
Right.
know that self-hatred will drain you of every ounce of energy and motivation you have. And love is energizing. It is. And
Yeah.
how much energy do you need? And then the 3 pillars. The first is to eliminate our trigger foods, the foods that do not bring you peace. And then people are like, I can't, I don't know. I look at it as archery. So every morning you're going to get up and you're going to try to hit bullseye on your recovery. You're going to try to stay away from your trigger foods, which are processed sugary foods. And the
Yeah.
day that you hit bullseye is going to feel amazing. It's self-rewarding. You're going to go to
Oh,
bed and be like, it was so good. We've all had those days, right? Like you ate on point, you moved, you meditated. You're like, I love myself. And then you're going to wake up some mornings because you're a human being and you're not going to hit bullseye. You're not even going to hit the board. We can't even find the arrow. Like it's so bad. It's so bad. And that's
yes.
okay. You're human. I'm here to tell you those days are even richer because those are the days that you have to practice self-compassion and self-love. So many of my clients feel like failures because they have tried and failed for so many years. And they're not failures. You're absolutely not a failure. The diets have failed you. So I need you to start feeling like a winner. So when you hit bullseye, you're going to feel like a winner. And when you miss bullseye, you're going to practice self-love and self-compassion. There's no more losing. There's no losing at this. Then the second pillar is creating community. This is really, really important. I think we learned this through COVID. We need people. You need to be tapped into a community of people that really understand this, that celebrate all those little successes and then hold you up with love when you fall down. And you will fall down. You will
Yeah.
absolutely fall down. And then the third pillar is mindfulness and spirituality. So addictive eating is mindless eating. And so mindfulness is one of the tools we use. But spirituality is so important because if you've struggled with your weight or your eating for years or decades like me, it chips away at your self-esteem and your self-worth. Spirituality reminds you that you are worthy. Spirituality reminds you that you were born with the spark of the divine, that inside of you is this beautiful magnificence, and it has not gone anywhere. Eating is not a moral issue. Weight is not a moral issue. That magnificence is inside of you. You just lost your connection. So you got to reconnect to that place, live from that place, select food from that place, eat from that place. And then at the top of the house that we're building is a peaceful and sane relationship with food. I like to untangle weight from eating. Eating lives on this planet, and having that peaceful, neutral, just beautiful, having food return to its rightful purpose, no longer using food to alter my state, not looking for comfort in food, not looking for escapism, not looking to numb out. That's not what food was intended for. Not doing that anymore. And then weight is on a different planet and it takes care of itself. But we are looking for a peaceful relationship with food.
Oh, so well said. It's so funny because you talk about the same principles as I do. Those principles are the principle of life. They are the principles of success. If you don't go by what you just said, you cannot do anything in life. It is so, those are just the pillars of life. You have to, you could apply those to so many things. It applies to food addiction. It applies to everything. It's awesome, Now, how do you start them? Like, how do you start to treat them? Is there a specific way? Now they come to you for counseling, you explain all this, they get the program, and can they work with you, like, let's say remotely? Do they have to be in a room with you, or can you really way?
Yeah, so COVID, that was one of the gifts of COVID, that people were now open to the idea of doing remote groups, and they are very beneficial. And in fact, research has come out to show that being in a group therapy session is more beneficial than just one-on-one, because in a group, you have what's called social learning. So you have some members who are further along that inspire others that it is possible. You have accountability accountability, you have community. So it's a really good modality. So I have an amazing program starting on September 25th. There's nothing like it. There's literally nothing like it out there. It is 90 days because I do believe you need somebody to walk with you each and every single day for 90 days. If you're struggling with your weight or eating or food addiction, going to one meeting a week ain't gonna cut it. That's not enough. In my early days, I needed support 3 times a week. I had to get my tank filled up, and I could make it one day on my own. And then I had to get my tank filled up, and then I could make it a day on my own. So 90-day program, it's called Why Love Matters in Weight Loss. That's the step everybody forgets, right? They just think, no, I need the perfect diet. I need the trainer. No, you cannot change your outer world and leave your inner world unchanged. That's not possible. So 90 days with me. So first thing in the morning, you're going to receive a video saying, hi, welcome to day 8. This is what we're going to focus on, because I believe in giving people small, digestible pieces instead of like, here's the whole program, go do it. And this program combines pre-recorded with live sessions. So it's the melding of the two. I think that just an online program that you do alone ain't going to cut it. And only live is not going to cut it either, because you need to go at your own pace.
Yes.
So first thing in the morning, good morning, darling. Here we are at day 8. Here's what we're focusing on today. Then at night, as a second touch point, I have been a spiritual seeker for over 20 years. There's not enough time to tell you the retreats, the gurus, the methods, the books that I have read. But what I've done, which I don't know of anyone else who has done this, is I've taken all the spiritual knowledge that I've learned and applied it to eating and applied it to my relationship with food. Because usually the spiritual teachings, which they should be, is about how to live life and how to have fulfillment and how to give and be and do more. And I take all that and I go, okay, but how do I apply it to my relationship with food? And so every night you get another video from me, and that's the spiritual teaching. That's the inner work that needs to be done. And it allows your brain to marinate on that for 8 hours, right? Instead of marinating on what mistakes I made, what do I have to do tomorrow? It's like, no, here's your spiritual teaching.
Yes.
Then on top of that, we do 3 Facebook Lives a week. So that's your chance to ask your questions, get coached. We interview top obesity doctors. We do cooking lessons. That's the real life community. And people have emailed me and said, I'm not on Facebook. That's totally fine. We can send you recordings if you're not comfortable being on Facebook. And it's just a really special community. I only open this program up 2 to 3 times a year. So if you don't join for September 25th, then it's got to be January, because I take a cohort of people. Like, I want everybody in the community. We're all on day 1. We're all on day 30. And also we start on September 25th. We finish December 25th. So it really gets you to a safe, peaceful place with yourself, your body, and food before the holidays, which can be really challenging for people. So you can find out more on my website, sandraleah.com. So it's right there in my name, easy to find.
That is amazing. What I love so much about this program is it's not just a program. You're bringing spirituality in it, and you're going deep down inside a person. And that's where it all stems from. You know, people's eating usually stems from something emotional going on with themselves, you know, and everybody has a different life. Everybody handles emotions differently, and you're going to the root cause. And that spirituality is helping you find, first of all, that root cause, and then you're helping them heal it. So it's not just teaching them how to eat properly. You're going deeper than that. And that usually makes any type of program so successful. And not many people do it like that. You don't find programs like that. That's very unique. And I like that a lot. I really, really like that a lot. And I've seen in the past, any type of program that brings spirituality into it and not just a plan, and that you bring it into a group session and that you're constantly with them, that's the road to success. It's powerful. And you will, I can't say you will, there is a high percentage that you will succeed, because that really is a very productive way to go. And that is a very healing way. And it will probably heal you in more ways than just food addiction. It will probably change your life. It really, that's great. Now tell
You get it.
everybody. Yeah, I
You
get
get
it.
it.
Totally.
You
I
get
get
it.
it. I get it. And you also tell everybody about the book you wrote. So if they want to go grab your book, they know the title and where they could find it.
Yeah, so the title is Never Enough: 3 Pillars of Food Addiction Recovery. So it's sold anywhere books are sold online. Doesn't matter if you like Indigo, Barnes & Noble, Amazon, it's everywhere. And if you can't remember that whole title, just do Never Enough Sandra Leah and it'll come up. There's only one me out there. And that is a wonderful companion to the 90-day program. I should mention that the 90-day program, I've made it super accessible at $119 for 90 days. And I did that purposefully. And if you go to my website, you'll see I have many programs, and they're quite expensive. They're very touch point. I'm the top Canadian food addiction counselor, but I wanted to create something very accessible for people. And the book is a fantastic accompaniment to the program. It's part memoir and it's part workbook. So I've molded the two, because in clinic, I always teach, but I teach through storytelling, and I bring a lot of my own stories and the stories of my mother, who lost her life at 69 to obesity and food addiction. And my mother always used to say to me, what have I done with my life? What have I done? Right? Because she had felt that she hadn't lived her potential. And so for me, writing that book and bringing her story to life is giving meaning to her life. And I always use my life stories to be of service to people, because theory is not enough. You have to understand how it works practically, and you have to understand that you're not alone. Anything that you have done with food, I've done worse.
Right.
Anything that you have done to your body, I'm telling you, I've done as well. There's nothing, I've never heard anything in the 10 years and the thousands of food addicts that I have helped that has ever shocked me, ever. You try. Like, it's all I got is love. All I got is love for you. And oftentimes just being in a space where somebody gets you and accepts you and loves you, sometimes that's enough to heal too. So the book, it's really my life. It is my life, my journey. The foreword was written by Dr. Vera Tarman. So Dr. Tarman is the leading expert. She is a medical doctor. She's an addictions doctor. She is the leading expert in the world on food addiction. And she wrote the foreword, which I'm very honored. We've worked together many times. And I have advanced praise from Dr. Sean Wharton, Dr. Sandy Van, Dr. Peter Selby. These are all people working in the field. So my program has been run in medical clinics. It's not just, I always worry. My daughter's 12, and social media obviously has a big impact on her, and she's more on TikTok. And I worry when she comes across somebody who says, I'm an expert, I did it. And I look, and it's somebody who's 20 years old, who genetically, they were always going to be thin. Like, it doesn't matter what they do, but they decide that they're going to use the genetic lottery that they won to sell a shake, and that the answer is in this shake. It's not. There's not one single diet that will work for everyone. That's ridiculous to believe, right? And so for me, I get it. Everybody listening is intelligent. You already know what to eat and not to eat. You might need some tweaking from a professional, but you already know. And so then it becomes how do I stick to whatever program works for you when I'm stressed, when I'm lonely, when I'm anxious, when I don't feel like it? How do I stick to this? That's the real question, not what is the program. It's like, how do I stick to it once I find it?
Yeah, I think that's so important, is learn how to stick with it. It becomes a lifestyle change. And that's what people have, the word diet should never be in a vocabulary. It's a lifestyle change. Once you learn how to live and connect yourself, not just physically, emotionally, spiritually, and you have a plan set and you're taught a strategic goal, don't think of it as something you have to do. think of it as a lifestyle change that will change your life forever in a positive sense. And that's exactly what you're doing. And I have to say, Dr. Vera Tarman came on our show, and she is amazing. She was just a whirlwind of information. And not only was she a whirlwind of information, she is such a sweetheart. And you are so lucky to have her in your book, because she is so knowledgeable when it comes to food addiction. She is just amazing. And I'm so glad that she actually wrote, the forward of your book. That is amazing.
What an honor. That was such an honor that she did that for me.
That's very exciting. She is just a whirlwind information. She is one of the best in the world. And she, besides you, of course, and she to get her to write in your forward, that just shows your credibility right there, because she will not do that for anyone. No.
And we worked together, I would say, for about 5 years. So we've known each other, worked together, and you're right. And so when she agreed to write the forward, I was floored. I have a huge regard and huge respect for Dr. Vera Tarman.
Yeah, she is great. Now you also do speaking events.
Yeah.
So, well, because I'm sure there's lots of people out there that would love to have you at a speaking event. And, for the event planners out there, or for people who work, maybe at hospitals or, anywhere, even just events where, because food really plays a role. If you're affected by food, and it is affecting you emotionally and physically, it's affecting you at your job also. So people really have to have a clear understanding of how to keep themselves healthy. So really, your speaking events could help people all over the place. So tell people a little about what you speak about and where they can, find you if they want to book a speaking event with you.
Oh, wonderful. So again, on my website at sandraleah.com, so the stage is absolutely my happy place. As a hobby, I speak competitively. So I always heard that one of the biggest fears people have is speaking on stage. I actually do it competitively. I've had a couple of my talks go viral. They were on love, and another one about risk taking, but my heart is always on speaking about food addiction, obesity. I did a Canadian roadshow, hit 7 cities across Canada, talking about obesity as a disease. We need to understand that it is not a lifestyle choice, that there are many contributing factors to obesity, many outside of people's control. I often talk to medical professionals about stigma and bias and how to help patients. Even simple things like not asking a patient to get on a scale as soon as they enter an appointment, because you're signaling to them that's the most important thing. And, I used to get pushback, and they're like, Sandra, it's just a data point. We have to take it. I go, okay, that's fine. But if they gain weight, they're not coming back for their second appointment. You know that. And they're like, yeah, that is true. I go, yeah, because you've told them by the signal. You could say whatever you want. Oh, it's not important. It's a data point. But if I walk in and the first thing you make me do is get on the scale, my brain is saying that's the only way you're measuring me. So things like that help train on stigma and bias. I'm always happy to talk about treatment options for food addiction. I'm going to be at the National Addiction Conference in Denver in October, helping people with treatment, because once we diagnose food addiction, it's like, well, now what do we do? How do we treat? How do we practically take people through programs?
Exactly. Oh, congratulations. I'm so excited to hear that you're going to be speaking in Denver. That's, and that's something that I think is so important. People in America need to hear you speak, because something like this will be very beneficial, and congratulations and kudos to you. I am so glad that you came on the show, and thank you so much for sharing all this valuable information. Is there anything or any tips or any last words you'd like to tell the audience before we go?
Yeah, if you are struggling with weight or obesity, it's really important to know that there is absolutely nothing wrong with you. Nothing. We all come into this world wanting to flourish and to be well and to grow. And so if you're struggling with your weight, something has gone wrong, but there's nothing wrong with you. Something has gone wrong, and seek treatment, because you cannot do it alone.
Yes. Oh, wonderful words of advice. You know, it's very powerful. Thank you so much, Sandra, for being on the show. This has been amazing because this is something, you know, we all struggle with weight loss because we all have so many people, we all tend to put high expectations on ourselves, and some of them are not realistic and some of them are just hard to attain. And you know, or we just don't know what to do, because if sometimes people that are struggling with weight loss or food addiction, they feel like they're on a highway and they feel like there's 7 different directions to go and they don't know where to go and they've been trying everything like we talked about in the beginning of this, and nothing seems to work, so they give up, and then their self-esteem drops, and then their emotional, you know, disappointment, and then depression, you know, frustration, all this stuff starts to set in. So it's very important that they tackle this problem as soon as possible. And they find somebody like you who has such an emotional, a spiritual, and a productive, powerful way of helping people that will lead them in a good direction, and not only help them with food addiction, but it seems like your program and your way of thinking will help them in all areas of your life. So I really give you kudos. Thank you so much for being on the show. This has been an amazing experience, and thank you for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. This has been such a pleasure to talk to you and to be understood and heard, and you get this in a very unique way. So thank you. I'm sure your community, you're doing such great work for them. So thank you.
Thank you. And you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Hi, this is The Advisor with Stacey Chillemi, and today I want to introduce a very special guest of mine. We have Bracha Getz. She is a Harvard-educated author of 40 children's books that help children's souls shine, and she has authored a candid memoir for adults about joyfully overcoming food addictions. Today, she's going to tell us a little about the book, and she's also going to go over food addictions and how to help people overcome food addictions. So why don't you tell everybody a little about yourself and what you do?
Okay, sure. I think I have kind of an unusual approach. Basically, I write the children's books because I try to write the books that I wished I had as a child. Books that recognize we're spiritual beings that need spiritual nourishment as much as we need physical nourishment every single day in order to thrive in life. And I see from your books behind you exactly what gives us spiritual nourishment. There's one thing, it's one word, and it's on your book there. And that word is gratitude. Gratitude fills us up. Until I learned that, this is the message that I'm spreading now with my memoir about how I overcame food addictions, and with the children's books as well. Because if we can teach children these concepts early on, they don't have to play catch up the rest of their lives. They can get gratitude early on. It won't be that sense of entitlement, high expectations. It'll be finding joy in life, looking and knowing how to look at this world with joy and with gratitude.
I think that's excellent. You know, nowadays I look around and I see so many young adults, even older adults, struggling with being overweight and struggling, you know, to lose the weight. Now, you talk about overcoming food addiction. How do you overcome food addiction? What's your approach?
Helpful. Okay. I learned about 5 levels of pleasure. This is not from me. This is ancient mystical wisdom, and it applies to us. It's timeless wisdom. So basically there's 5 levels of pleasure, and they correspond to our 5 fingers, because like your other book says, it's totally empowering. We can bring pleasure into our lives at any moment, and through these 5 levels. So and as we said, there's only one price you have to pay to climb the pleasure ladder, and that's gratitude. So the lowest level of pleasure are all the physical pleasures. That's like the natural foods, the healthy foods. It's movement, it's dance, it's doing yoga, it's being in nature, it's listening to music, all these physical pleasures.
Right.
And this is they fill us up physically and spiritually if we do them with mindful gratitude.
Right.
That's it.
Love
So
that.
that's it. That's the and so it changes your life. Overcoming food addictions, it's not about restriction, it's about pouring in the joy. Bring on more joy into your life. We overeat from a sense of scarcity. There's not enough pleasure in my life. So
Right.
if this tastes good, I better keep stuffing my face because this is giving me pleasure. So if we recognize there's an abundance of pleasure, then we don't have that sense of scarcity. I better keep eating because there's not enough pleasure. So identify what brings you more pleasure than eating. Like on the show, My 600-Pound Life,
Right.
they say this is the only thing that was bringing me pleasure was food. So we need to identify, to overcome a habit, we need to bring in greater pleasures, not less. Pour in the pleasures through gratitude. Appreciate like an orange. I love to give this example because like it's green.
Right.
It's camouflaged in with the leaves, and then it becomes bright and beautiful when it's ready for us to eat, like
Right.
the fruit. And so it's like, I'm ripe, come and get me. So then it's beautiful to look at. It tastes wonderful. And it's got this peel individually wrapped. The peel keeps the juiciness in for months.
Right.
And then it's got the pits, the seeds of eternity. These seeds create trees. They create endless oranges. And you compare that to an orange flavored tangy taffy. So that's made in a lab. It's designed to be delicious and addictive. And this stuff is designed to be delicious and nutritious. It's totally different things.
Right.
So if we give our bodies what's good for them, it's a joyful experience and not the stuff that was just made to be addictive and get us buying more. And it's not made with infinite wisdom and loving kindness, like the natural foods are. So that's the way to overcome food addictions joyfully, is to fill your life with gratitude through appreciating the natural physical things, and then love. Like a lot of people eat because they're feeling lonely.
Yeah.
Overeat. So you can bring, it's sweetness that you're craving. So bring sweetness into your life.
Yeah.
By focusing on the virtues of another. Like even in solitary confinement in prison, a person could focus on what a grandmother once did for them, and they are filled with gratitude. They're uplifted. So we can bring these things into our lives at any moment, independent of anybody else. Physical pleasures, love pleasures, meaning, doing something meaningful, being creative. You get into a zone where you don't feel like sleeping or eating even. You're on such a high when you're being creative in that zone.
Right.
The highest is transcendence. That's when we make that little crack in our bad habit. We do something new. We transcend our limitations. It's also what we feel under a starry, starry sky when we know we're a part of the greater universe.
Right.
And we feel a connection because we overeat because of disconnection, estrangement, anxiety, depression, loneliness.
Right.
So,
oh, definitely.
Yeah. So bring in the connections, connect to a physical thing you enjoy, a being, appreciate, do something meaningful, give back with gratitude, creative, put a unique part of yourself into the world. And this is it, how we feel that connection between all of us, recognize how we're really all connected. we're never really alone.
Right.
Sense that, and that is what, this is the joyful way to overcome food addictions, filling up on gratitude.
Because so many people, what I see is that either one, they've had a traumatic experience in their life, or
Good point.
two, they come from a dysfunctional family and they're dealing with a lot of issues. Because once you come from a dysfunctional family, a lot of those, things that happen at your home stay with you. No matter, even if you become a better person, that
Yes.
trauma stays in you. The hurt, all those feelings, you can't get rid of them. You want to, but they're in your heart, and it's very hard to get rid of it. And a lot of times, even though people improve themselves and they move on in life, they are still carrying a bag of weight from their past.
Exactly.
Or people, that trauma from their family has hurt their self-esteem. So people who have gone through a lot in life, step one, how do they get rid of that baggage? Because it's very hard to get rid of that baggage. You carry that baggage, and no matter what you do, you still have a hole, that pain in your heart. So how do you get rid of that pain so you could positively not use food as your addiction, as your pleasure source?
Beautiful question. Thank you so much. Exactly. We need to be nourishing our hungry souls through gratitude, but at the same time, when a person has been through trauma, especially in childhood, they have layers of protection. They don't even seek connection, or they can't, because of all those layers of protection, which are necessary in order to cope.
Right.
In order to cope with the trauma, we have had to create layers of protection, so that we don't get more hurt. It was necessary. So what is necessary? In other words, a person needs to be filling their day with loving kindness through gratitude, through giving themselves all these pleasures, appreciating what they do have. At the same time, the light can't even get through, and their resilient soul can't even shine, right? Unless they get therapeutic intervention as well. It could be getting coaching from you, Stacy, getting support from somebody. It could be a group, but they need that therapeutic intervention to help remove all those layers of protection so the nourishment can get through.
Right.
But both are needed. At the same time, it can't be only the therapeutic intervention. At the same time as that is happening, a person needs, with compassion, to be filling their lives with these moments of gratitude and loving kindness. This is how a person actually reparents themselves, and gives themselves the pleasures they may have been lacking before. You need both. You need the therapeutic intervention, as well as you need to be always nourishing your soul by practicing gratitude. It doesn't mean necessarily getting more things. No, it's actually, we have a saying, who is rich? Those who are happy with what they have. Start appreciate, but you can't even do that until sometimes you get the therapeutic intervention, and then you start being grateful, like all the illnesses you don't have, all the body parts that are working in your life.
Oh yes, definitely. The power of positivity.
Exactly. Like, let's say during the pandemic, I feel it kind of pushed all of us forward, because we all learned to be grateful for the most simple things that we were taking for granted before.
Oh, 100%. Yes.
Yes.
I
So
agree.
like getting together with other people, like hugs, like breathing.
Yes.
And our own health. So these are things that we don't take for granted, and we have to maintain that not saying, of course, instead feeling grateful to source for all the abundance of pleasures that you do have in your life this very moment, even though you may not be focused on that, because there's like a self-destructive impulse inside of all of us getting us to focus on what we're lacking.
Yes.
And we have to fight back every moment and say, oh yeah, you're trying to get me to focus on what I'm lacking. But
Right.
I have so many gifts right now in this very moment. Like just an apple itself is like such an amazing gift.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So one, I agree totally with you, because when we go through trauma in life, or we have a dysfunctional family and we grow up in a very negative atmosphere, I feel we put up walls. I see so many of my clients, they just build walls around themselves because they don't want to get hurt. But then it
Yes.
numbs you
Yes.
emotionally. And
Yes.
but the pain is still there, and you're going in the refrigerator or you're going out and you're using food as a pleasure source. So using therapeutic help, I think that's an excellent idea and an excellent comment, because it will help you reconnect. Because after so many years of pushing those emotions down, people become numb inside, and they know the emotion is there, but they don't feel it. They become like zombies. They feel the pain, but they can't tell you what the emotion is, because they have pushed it down so far that they don't even know. They know that they feel in pain. They know they feel upset, but they can't tell you what those emotions are. So getting therapeutic help and using those tools and strategies that you just mentioned, I think is excellent. I think that is such a great idea that you have, and those tools and resources that you just mentioned, I think are excellent. Excellent.
No, thank you. What people get used to avoid the pain, what I learned is that the opposite of pain is actually comfort.
Yeah.
It takes away the pain, but it doesn't bring you pleasure.
Right.
It brings you that temporary comfort, so you're not feeling the pain. And that's what a person gets used to. They get in the habit of comforting themselves, and then they don't experience pleasure in life.
Right.
And that's possible to, we have, as you know, neuroplasticity. We
Yes.
can rewire our brains to practice gratitude. Any minute that you are experiencing gratitude is a moment you're not being miserable.
Yes.
That's it. Just experience
100%.
one
Yes.
moment by itself.
And I
Yes.
think when you made the comment about when we had COVID and everybody had lockdown, when you don't realize until something gets taken away from you. It could be the simplest, littlest things in life, but you don't realize how meaningful it was until it's taken away from you. Because sometimes
Exactly.
we abuse the things in our life because we are so, blessed with so many things, especially in our country, that we don't realize how valuable it is until it's actually taken away. And then we realize.
I love it. I have a picture of that. Now, only those who can see the YouTube, but I'll describe what this is. I love this. This is called the value of something. Here's a big, let's say a building of before you have it, how much you value it.
Yes.
And after you lose it, how much you value it. And when you have it, this is an exaggeration even.
Yes,
exactly. You appreciate it so little when you actually have it. Before you get it, you need it. And after you've lost it, but when you actually have, that's what we can practice. We can practice experiencing that joy when we actually have it. We could do it, practice just, that's one of the wonderful things about yoga too. You practice just breathing and feeling it and stretching, and it's the most amazing thing. And you practice it with an orange. You practice it with the smallest things in life.
Right.
Because, oh my gosh, there's this great quote. Enjoy the little things in life, because one day you'll look back and you realize those were the big things.
Yes. And so many people that I've worked with, especially even people who are older, they got sickly, they weren't able to drive anymore. They abused how valuable driving the car was. And then, they said, you can't drive anymore. Your legs aren't strong enough. You're unable to drive because of this reason or that reason. And when you live in the suburbs or the country, driving is everything. But you don't realize how valuable driving is until it's taken away.
Yes.
Now you talk
Yes.
about meditation. When do you suggest a person does meditation? Is it good to do it in the morning, the nighttime? Do you suggest like a specific time that that works the best for an individual?
Great question. Whatever works. But for me, it, as part of my actually Jewish practice, we meditate all day long. And I'll explain, I don't mean that, but what I mean
Right.
is when I focus on, I say a blessing before I eat an orange and
Mhm.
after.
Right.
This is a meditation. Believe it or not, after we go to the bathroom, there's a blessing.
Mhm.
Just thanking that all these organs are working right.
Right.
Because, oh my gosh, those that can't go to the bathroom, it's a real gigantic hardship, a huge challenge.
Oh, trust me, I know. You know,
Yes.
especially you go on my website and you hear people talk. I have articles about constipation. Those are like the biggest. You know, people go on that like crazy because it causes such a backup and pain and this and that. People don't realize when you have working organs and you could actually go to the bathroom. Oh my God, you know, people take these little things for granted until it stops working or it doesn't work sufficiently.
Exactly. And just eating the food with the most vitality and moving, these are the best things.
Right.
Because our bodies were designed that way.
Yes.
So it's really very simple. Like we don't need complicated diets. Just, you know, eat in alignment with nature. It's and live that way as best
Right.
we can. And that's also the way to fill up on gratitude. It's a mindful meditation, just breathing. Here's life. We give it out to the
Right.
vegetation, and the
Mhm.
vegetation gives it back to us. Here's
Mhm.
life. This is a meditation all day long. If we look at life with our eyes open wide, this is a meditation. It's a prayer too.
Right.
Sometimes when I'm dancing, I feel like this is a prayer I'm giving out, you know,
Yeah.
it's my way of expressing it. So yeah, do whatever brings you joy. That's a meditation on life, and it brings you peace and calmness. And it just gratitude, it's the energy that your soul needs to shine. That's exactly the fuel that it needs.
I agree with you 100%. Now I'm going to hit you with a question that is challenging, but I know you know a lot about. So now everybody that suffers from any type of addiction, especially food addiction, they relapse a lot. You'll see people, they try so hard and they lose a bunch of weight and they're so proud of themselves. Their self-esteem went up. They like the person. They look in the mirror and they say, I'm so proud of myself. I love myself, you know, and all these other good stuff. But then to maintain that weight is very difficult. Many people have a relapse. They gain the weight, then they lose the weight, then they gain it back, then they lose it. It's like a roller coaster ride, you know, and then some people give up and then, you know, so how do you approach that? Like, how does a person either continue to lose weight until they reach their sufficient goal, or they maintain that weight that they're happy with, because instead of gaining the weight back, because it's a very hard thing when people, you know, are, you know, they're trying to live a normal lifestyle and we're in a go-go society and a lot of the food in the market is not so good for you. And, you know, they're struggling because the temptation is there. How do you not relapse?
Wonderful, wonderful question. In my memoir, I actually detail, oh my gosh, you experience what the binges that I used to have were like. It's horrible. You were there with me on the binges. Yeah, the binges, and then fluctuated between that and the restrictive dieting. That was the prison that I was in. It was a horrible, horrible way to live, one or the other. And what I want to say is it's a different kind of life I have now. I'm not dieting, you know, it's just eating in a natural way. It's a big joy. But here's what I want to say is the thing is to focus on is only the victories, because the food, all the junk food, is designed to be addictive. It's yes, it's not your fault. When you eat that stuff, it's designed to make you want more and more and more, because, you know, it's got enormous amount of fat and sugar and salt.
Yes.
Nothing in nature is like that.
Yes.
It's more like, they said it's more like cocaine or
Oh, yeah.
cigarettes, the effect it has on your brain.
Yes.
So it's making you crave more and more, plus your body isn't getting the nutrients.
Right.
So I have a children's book, Let's Stay Healthy, where I explain this to children. What happens when you eat this, these chemical, like let's say the orange flavored tangy taffy, my body goes, whoa, what are you giving me? It becomes inflamed.
Yeah.
Just like if you get a cut, if you
Mhm.
get a cut, your body gets inflamed to fight and try to help that cut.
Yeah.
If you eat this stuff, your body's going, whoa, this isn't natural. And
Right.
it draws out the nutrients in your body, in your bones, in order to try to digest this unnatural substance. So it causes inflammation. And when you eat it chronically, it causes chronic inflammation that causes
Yes.
chronic disease. So don't blame yourself. It's made to make you overeat it. That's what
Oh,
that stuff is. So the more
100%.
we can eat the natural stuff, the better. And we're just not going to like consume a whole bag of oranges because it's filled with fiber. It fills us up. It's a whole different
Right.
type of experience than the whole container of ice cream, the whole box of chocolate chip cookies, the whole bag of potato chips, which we could easily just go through.
Right.
Stuffing it in. So when you relapse, you understand this is understandable. It was made for me to relapse. It was meant to be addictive. Okay, I'm just going to just celebrate my victories. Don't feel so bad when you relapse. That's understandable. Of course
Right.
it's going to happen, but just celebrate any victory. The next day, fill your life with more of the natural foods.
Right.
Doesn't have to be anything all or nothing. No, but just fill it up as much as you can with the things that really bring you gratitude.
Right.
That's really about what it is. And that's how you fill your days up with joy.
Yeah.
Knowing there will always be relapses, but
Right.
just celebrate the victories. Yeah.
And I've done so much research, and sugar is so addictive that you actually go through a withdrawal process when you are trying to get yourself off the sugar and even the fruits that contain so much sugar. There are certain things that you should and shouldn't eat. We don't even have time today to go through all that, but you go through a withdrawal process. But once you are able to get off the sugar, you don't crave it anymore. And then when you taste it, it doesn't taste so good anymore. It's like
Right.
overwhelming, like a taste that's, and I always tell people it's okay in moderation. I believe, once in a while, if you want to have a little something, but don't get hooked on it, and then people who have a hard time, and they have that addiction, don't even try, once you get into that healthy lifestyle, don't go near it. Just like alcohol,
Right.
if you are really addicted to food, and it's not just, you're trying to lose weight, then don't even go near that. It's just living a healthy lifestyle. And like you said, having gratitude for everything around you, looking at life in a positive way, and just living the healthy way and not craving all that other stuff, like retraining the mind that stuff is harmful to our body and it will hurt our body, and just focus on the good stuff like the oranges, the apples, and everything that you talked about, and focusing on that gratitude, because gratitude, I think, is so important in life, just like you mentioned.
Exactly. And the younger we can teach children these habits, because all of us that got in bad habits of giving comfort through the junk food,
Yeah.
let's retrain our children so they don't have to go through that unnecessary pain. We can fill their lives up with the healthy treats, and they'll still see somebody else has this kind of garbage, but
Yeah.
you'll say, okay, now you're educated, you can taste it and you'll see what it tastes like. They won't be desiring, it won't be like completely forbidden, because something that's so forbidden everybody wants, but
Yeah.
you get that it doesn't have all that you think it will give you,
Right.
once you've experienced the really good stuff. I mean, if you've had a date or a watermelon, I don't think there's any candy as sweet as that.
Right.
And yet it's nutritious for us. It's
Yeah.
got the good stuff in it too.
Right.
So it's not like that stuff is sweeter. It's not true. This food was designed to give us plenty of sweetness, but in a good way,
Yeah.
in a healthy way. Yeah.
Now, I feel
Yeah.
like in today's society, the younger generation has so much more stress than we did. You know, I feel like it's a go-go society. It's always been a go-go society, but there's a lot of pressure on the younger generation. Like, we didn't have to do as much to get ahead in life as they do. You know, they have a lot of pressure, and, you know, they try to, you know, they're always on the go. They want to get the grades, you know, and they are trying to just grab the easiest thing around them to eat and stuff like that. And even the food, you know, like, I won't name the names, but there are certain foods, you know, diet foods out there, you know, and you look at the ingredients and they might say diet food, or they might say low calorie food, but then you look at the ingredients and it's really bad for the body. And for these younger kids that are under so much stress, what do you suggest? These college kids, these younger kids in high school that are getting ready for college, you know, that we just live in a society that never stops, you know, and, you know, there are some states where things are a little slower, and that's great. They don't have as much, but like states like New York, New Jersey, you have some of the states in the West Coast, they're always on the go, rush, 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 rush. How do you help these kids that are under stress, and even adults that never stop? The parents that are running, going from one game to the next game, bringing their kids, and then rushing to work and doing this and that, or the moms that never stop. How do they, you know, have the time? Because they're so tired and withdrawn. They just want to grab anything and they don't care. But then they gain all this weight and they become addicted to these foods, and then the problem starts. So how do you
Yeah.
help these people?
It's really a trick. People need to get back to what is the purpose of life. The purpose of life, really, we were here to experience gratitude. That's our actual reason for being here.
Yes.
We've gone so far off track.
Oh, 100%.
This world is the most beautiful garden.
Yes.
And we forget that.
We do.
And we rush around. And when we stop and pause and take life a little more slowly, to smell the roses,
yes,
to savor an orange,
yes,
to breathe more slowly, then we start to enjoy life. And everybody can do it.
yes.
It's possible, because we think we have to keep rushing around, but that's that voice inside of us.
Yeah.
That's that nasty nagger in there saying, oh, you're missing this, you're lacking that, fear of missing out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But that's endless. What happens is the emptiness inside gets bigger and bigger. It's a bottomless pit.
Right.
And the more we feel the emptiness, the more we try to fill it with externalities, and the deeper the hole gets. Instead, what fills it up? You know the answer now, you know? Gratitude. Yeah. That's
exactly.
It fills us. Appreciate what you already have. That is true wealth.
Right.
Not searching for something else out there. You'll see it's a whole different life.
It is a whole different life. And I feel like when we take a step back and we have gratitude, and we actually, like you said, take time to smell the roses, life becomes different. We start to see a different side of life that we never did before. And it's a very special side of life that, you know, you can connect mentally, physically, and spiritually. And I even believe that our health improves when we slow down, when we actually have gratitude and we appreciate what we have instead of focusing on what we don't have. And that's the problem, I think.
Exactly. There was a new article in Psychology Today. Researchers have found that the most positive feeling that reduces inflammation and causes disease-fighting chemicals to be released in the body are the feelings of awe and wonder, transcendence. It's proving ancient mystical wisdom is correct. That sense of awe and wonder about life causes good health in our bodies, decrease of inflammation, the disease-fighting chemicals are flowing, and it's actually the way to be healthy is to appreciate life. Yes.
Now, when people see that transcendence, how, go into more detail about what it actually is, because some people might not understand the concept.
Well, transcendence means transcending your limitations, transcending the separations, seeing the connections
Okay.
between everybody and everything, between all of us
Mm-hmm.
and source, like source energy helping all of us. We are really one big soul.
Right.
We're in separate physical bodies, but
Yes.
spiritually we're all connected. That's the amazing thing, So,
Yeah.
and when we recognize this, then that fills us with that sense of abundance.
I agree.
Takes away the scarcity. It just transforms our life.
We are all the
And
same being.
yeah.
I believe that. And
Yes.
we all have special gifts. And instead of trying to compete, we should work as a team and use our
Beautiful.
special gifts with each other to make a
Beautiful.
better world.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
When you talk about creativity, explain to people what you mean by creativity.
So creativity, everybody has a uniquely beautiful soul. We all have one big soul, but we all have different streams of light coming out of each of us. It's in a completely different way, just like each snowflake is different,
Right.
and our fingerprints are different. We have the most beautiful light to share with the world, and a unique presence in each of us. And that's why it all shines together. The light, you can't actually separate light.
Right.
But it's all connected, and yet we each have something amazing to contribute to this world. So whatever it is, it could be, it could be in sports, it could be in gardening, it could be in cooking natural, healthy food, it could be in kindness, it could be in philanthropy, it could be in writing, whatever,
Yes.
whatever is your thing.
Right.
When you do it, it lights up your soul and it lights up other souls. And
Excellent.
it's the best feeling. Well, it's the second best feeling, but it's a lasting pleasure.
Right.
All of these are more lasting pleasures than the junk food, which lasts this long. It lasts while it's on your taste buds. It lasts for about 3 seconds, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that's why you got to keep overeating it, because it doesn't last. It's so fleeting.
Yeah.
And then the pain will come back if you're not comforted. Instead, bring in real pleasures that last. And now you know what they are.
Yes.
Yep.
Now explain a little bit about the meaning. So just briefly explain what that concept means.
Meaning is doing something good and positive in the world, something meaningful. It could be as simple as stuffing envelopes for an organization to do something good in the world. I was on a show, I was on another podcast, and I was explaining about how doing something meaningful stops you from overeating. And the host said he was feeling lonely. He had 2 slices of pizza, and then he was just going to plow through the rest of the box of pizza. Yeah. And a knock came on the door, and his neighbor needed help with something for 2 minutes. He went, he helped his neighbor. He came back in. He didn't want the rest of the pizza anymore.
Right.
He just did something meaningful.
Right.
He helped his friend. He put the rest in the fridge for another time.
Excellent.
It was no longer calling his name,
Right.
The minute we start thinking about it, like if I open the window and let in the sunshine, or go out and feel the breeze.
Right.
I text somebody, I text a message to someone, and I say, I really appreciate what you did for me the other day. They don't even have to respond, nothing.
Right.
When you do that bag of potato chips stops calling your name so loudly right that minute. Also, you don't even have to do it. Just thinking about doing it.
Yes.
And the bag of potato chips stops calling your name. It's better than magic. You just try it and you see how this works. You think about other things that could give you pleasure from this. Now you know what they are. And then it stops having that power over you as it did before.
And I love doing that. Like, I love giving compliments to other people and, you know, and looking at them and seeing what, you know, is special about them and then giving them a compliment, because I think, you know, that makes their whole day. You see them glow, you know, because not everybody does that. And, you know, people really appreciate when you see the beauty in someone else. And when
Yes.
you just could say a couple words nice to another individual, their whole, it just makes them light up, and you probably change their demeanor for the rest of the day. And all
Yes.
it takes is a couple of seconds to not look at the person's flaws, but to look at the beauty of that person and then say, you know what, that's a pretty shirt you're wearing, or, you know, you have such nice eyes, or, you know, oh, that's so nice of you. And you could see the difference just by their body language. Now, briefly go over the concept of love. Now, what is your, when you talk about love, go over that really quickly.
Yes. Again, this is an ancient mystical definition. This is not coming from my head.
Right.
It's actually a rabbi, he's no longer alive, and he taught it to us that love, the definition is focusing on the virtues of another. What do you appreciate about someone? It's that simple.
Yes.
It's and so you can do it at any moment. Focus on the virtues of a person, and you have created a connection between yourself and that person.
I love it.
Yeah.
Now, the physical, go over the physical really quickly so people understand that concept.
Yeah. The physical pleasures are concrete, natural things in this world. So eating a walnut, you know, and by the way, in one of my children's books, I explain about these things. Some of them have descriptions written on them, like the walnut. It looks like a tiny brain, and it helps your brain, especially helps the brain.
Yeah.
There's other things like that too. It's in my book, like celery, it helps the bones. You know, it looks like a tomato helps the heart. It's especially, oh, and if you cut a carrot, if you slice a carrot, what do you see? It looks like an eye.
Yeah.
Carrots are especially good for the eyes. It's amazing stuff to teach children.
Yes.
All about the wonders of our fruits and vegetables. So it's appreciating nature. It's music. It's the sense. It's all of our five senses enjoying things that are in this world, designed to fill us with gratitude. It could have been that we took a pill, a tasteless pill every day.
Yeah.
But no, we were meant to experience this gratitude with our full senses, enjoy all these wonderful natural foods that we have, and the ability to move and dance and garden and be in this incredible world. Yeah.
I love it. I love it so much. You provided us with so much valuable information. Now, if we could wrap this all up, like if you had to give a couple of really valuable tips to the listeners, what kind of tips? Give us a few tips that could help people, you know, get them on the right track and, you know, get them started to a whole new way of retraining their brain and moving forward to a more healthy, productive life that's filled with gratitude and love.
I love your questions. You are so wonderful, terrific. It's great. It's great. The first thing is, when you feel like overeating, it's the back of your brain that's activated. You know, your amygdala, fight or flight. I need the food. I got to have this food. If you can get the neurons to go here, all of a sudden they're in the prefrontal cortex, and you say, is it my body that's hungry or my soul?
Right.
You ask that question with loving compassion and with loving awareness, you will know the answer.
Right.
It's your soul that's hungry for more pleasure. We're here to experience the greatest pleasure possible in life. That's really what we're here for. And how do we experience that? With loving gratitude. That's it. So you do something else that brings you pleasure. You need more pleasure. You're overeating because you want more pleasure in your life. That means you need more gratitude.
Yes.
So you do that. You ask, is it my body that's hungry or my soul? Second question, if I eat 95 more spoonfuls of this ice cream, will I then feel full? You know you won't. You know yourself.
Right.
It will never fill you up.
Yeah.
It's not that. it's gratitude. And the third thing I want to say is, which is an awesome thing to do, and the first time you try it, it's so boring, is is to chew slowly. Oh my gosh. In other words, you don't fill up your next spoon full or forkful until you've completely chewed and swallowed what you've eaten.
Right.
It slows you down so much.
Oh, it
that
does.
You're sitting there, you're sitting there going, doing absolutely nothing but chewing, and it's so boring. But that's what, all of a sudden, you start mindfully focusing on what you're doing. And like, wow, oh my gosh, I can actually taste what's in my mouth right now.
Yeah.
You can linger longer. You can savor the moments more. And it starts transferring out from just your mouth into the rest of your life. You start experiencing everything with more mindful gratitude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's so funny you say that, because my family would always make fun of me because I would be the last one at the table, because I would chew slowly, but I would end up feeling full and I would eat less. And it's so funny that you said that. I love it. I love it. And it's so true. So true. And
Yes.
also, now, where can people find you? Like, if they want to learn more about your books, more about your theories and what you went over today, and your book, your memoir about addiction, food addiction, where can they find all this great information?
Yeah, my children have created this amazing website, and it's like a bookshop as well. So it's called getsbookshop.com. And Gets is spelled Goetz, not normal. It's like with an O in there, getsbookshop.com. So that you'll find everything there. You'll find all kinds of stuff, presentations and books and everything, and how to contact me. Yeah, it's all there.
Oh, wonderful. It has been such a pleasure talking to you, and you have provided us with so much valuable information. Thank you so much for coming on this show, and thank you for everything. You're doing a wonderful job, and I think you're going to help many, many people, overcome a lot of different things, and also, give them pleasure to all these wonderful stories. Because I looked on your website, I saw so many different books and so many different children's books that on such wonderful topics, and your new memoir about food addiction, I think that's an excellent book, and I can't wait to start reading it. Thank you so much, and thank you for coming on this show.
Oh, thank you, Stacy. You are amazing. You resonate like awesomely. Beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. You have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Stacy.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and this is Stacy from The Advisor, and today I'm very excited because we have a very, very, very special guest. We have Leslie Davis, and she's the author of You Can't Eat Love, and she is just an amazing person, and she has such valuable information about different ways on coping with our emotions and not having to resort to food and other unhealthy ways of trying to cope with life's daily obstacles that give us a lot of different emotions to deal with. And she's going to tell you a lot about herself and what she does, and she's going to give you some great tools and strategies and advice. So Leslie, take it away and tell everybody a little about yourself, what you do, and I want to hear it all because I'm very excited to have you on the show.
Well, Stacy, I am so excited to be here. First of all, I am in awe of everything that you do. You are an absolutely amazing person. And to think that I am here with you, oh my gosh, I am just, fangirling, to use one of the, one of those weird words that's out there. But who am I? I am a person who a little over 3 years ago had an epiphany. And the epiphany was that it occurred as I was eating a piece of pie. And as I was eating this pie, it was from a family recipe that we've been making now for about 100 years. I'm not 100 years old, so don't get too excited. But anyway, as I was eating the pie, I was reflecting on memories, and I had memories of my mother, who has now been gone for about 40 years. I had memories of my father, who had died not that long before. Memories of my grandparents, Willie Mae, and so many other family members who have gone on. And as I was enjoying this pie, I realized, I said, the love is in the memories. The love is not in the food. You
Right.
can't eat love. And
Mhm.
I grabbed a pen and paper and I scribbled down what became the first 3 to 4 paragraphs of the book, You Can't Eat Love. Now, what was the giant epiphany? The giant epiphany was that what I had been doing was believing that nobody loved me. And
Right.
it turned out the only person who didn't love me was me. And I understood I had what I like to call a myself-sized hole in my heart that I had been filling with food
Mhm.
instead of love. I had been trying to eat the love that I struggled to find.
Right.
And when I realized that, I started asking myself some questions. And the questions that I started asking were, what are you really feeling right now? What is really going on? And as I started listening to the answers to those questions, and I started acknowledging what I was really feeling in that moment,
Right.
and I'm talking about really in all capitals, bolded, italicized, and underlined, being honest with myself about what I was really feeling, no matter how socially unacceptable it might have been,
Yeah.
the need, the drive to go and get chips, a whole bag of Ruffles potato chips. I'm not talking about the small one either. And
Right.
a container of onion dip, not the small one either, started losing its power. It started losing its attraction.
Mhm.
And when I was tracking what I was eating, writing down what I was eating, and I would look at the list and I would see I had, eaten a whole sleeve of Girl Scout Thin Mints. I had eaten, more than what I had planned, intended, or anything else. I
Right.
realized, something, there was something going on here. So what was it that was going on in these moments?
Right.
And I would write in next to where I had tracked the food, this is
Mhm.
what was going on.
Right.
So now you're probably asking, well, what does this have to do with anything? It has to do with what I am so passionate about. And if you would let me, you and I could have a conversation. I promise it won't be one-sided. I promise.
Mhm.
You and I could have a conversation that could go on for days because I know it's part of what you're passionate about.
Yeah.
I was talking to somebody else and I asked them this question. How many times have you shared with somebody what you are really feeling? And their response to you is, you shouldn't feel that way.
Right.
And how do you feel in that moment? And the sudden realization that I had was, when we say to somebody our honest emotion, our honest feeling, regardless of what it is, how socially acceptable or unacceptable it might be, and they respond with, you shouldn't be feeling that way, it is almost as if they are saying to me or saying to you, the pink shirt that you are wearing is really blue.
Mhm. Yes. It's
And
such.
how often are we taught to not feel or to not name that honest feeling?
Mhm.
And how does that really feel when we stuff down that honest feeling because somebody else told us our pink shirt was really blue?
Oh, for sure. I know when things like that have happened in my life, it makes you feel very alone. And also when you're stuffing down those emotions, you're repressing emotions. And when you repress emotions, they're building up inside you. They're not disappearing. They're building up inside you. They're causing stress. Stress itself could cause illness. 70% of illness is caused by stress. And then I think sometimes I've noticed it in myself in my past life. When you repress emotions and they're too painful to deal with, you tend to, after a while, become numb. And then you have those emotions, they pop up, in spurts, but you're clueless on, you just don't know where to go. You just don't know what you're feeling, but you know that something's going on, and it's a lost feeling. So then you're looking for that comfort. What are you going to do to make these unwanted feelings inside you go away? These spurts, these confused emotions. How do I really feel about this? You feel alone. You feel like you're in a wrestling match, like a tag team, and you have nobody on your side to tag. And the other person has two people on their side, and you're all alone in the corner and trying to do it all yourself. And that's a scary feeling. And that's and feeling alone is a really, really tough feeling, because to feel that you're alone all by yourself and you have to pick up the weight all by yourself is not a good feeling, and it could lead to a lot of negative things that occurs and that can occur in your life.
Well, 100%. And as you mentioned, stuffing them down, you do become numb. And then you get really good at just one or two emotions. I got really good at being angry or being sad.
Right.
And then you start denying that you feel anything else.
Right.
Everything is either angry or sad.
Mhm.
And if people are really honest with themselves, they struggle to feel happy because they
Right.
don't believe that they deserve to be happy, because
Right.
there's that whole shouldn't thing.
Yeah.
But the biggest problem when we stuff down our emotions, as you already mentioned, it leads to other things, not just stress.
Yeah.
How about depression?
Oh, for sure.
How about self-harming?
Yes.
How about isolation?
100%.
How about thoughts of suicide?
100%.
Because when we deny what we really feel, regardless of what it is, then we feel as if there is something wrong with us.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of acknowledging that our body, our insides, our psyche, whatever you want to call it, knows the truth.
Right.
And I talk about this quite often. There are three people in you. There's me, myself, and I. Me and myself want you to be happy, so they're going to lie to you all day long, all day long.
Mm-hmm.
I sees the truth. I sees everything.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as we acknowledge that I is seeing everything, regardless of what our thoughts are, then we can relax and we can start being really honest with ourselves and let me and myself know that it's okay if we're honest.
Right.
And where this really was brought into glaring light for me was several years ago. I was really, really angry with some people. I mean, really angry. And I was struggling. I write in a notebook every morning, about 3 pages, and I have written conversations with myself. And this is how I have the conversations about what I'm feeling and what I want to do and all this. And I can talk about that a little bit more. But right now, this particular morning, I was feeling really angry to the point that I had gotten out of bed earlier than normal. And I was writing all around my anger.
Right.
And what I really wanted to be going on. And I wrote this: why are you lying to yourself?
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're thinking. I know what you are feeling. So let's just go ahead and get honest about it.
Right.
And I took a really deep breath in that moment. And I said, and I wrote, I am so angry. I wish this person would go ahead and die.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I wish would happen to these people. This is what I wish would happen. This is how I'm feeling. I can't believe that I have allowed them to occupy so much space in my mind. I am so angry with myself. I am hurt. And I just went on and on and on and on.
Right.
And when I got to the end, when I was empty, I took a breath and I said, now, doesn't that feel better?
Mm-hmm.
And I was able to leave the situation right there on those pages, knowing, first of all, there was nothing I could do about the situation. I was not in control. I'm only in control of me. I'm not in control of anyone else.
Right.
But that was when it really crystallized and solidified for me how important it is that we are honest, regardless of how socially unacceptable something is.
I
Because when
agree.
we stuff it down, nothing good comes out of that.
No, it doesn't. And I like how you brought up the tool of forgiveness, where you wrote everything down, because I think sometimes a lot of people actually, they look for the other person to say the words, I'm sorry. They want to hear it from the other person, but that's not the way we heal. It doesn't matter, when a person does something to you, or a person hurts you or harms you, or maybe vindictive to you, it's not your problem. That's their problem. But they hurt you. But the way that you need to heal, in my opinion, is that don't look for the apology. Look to forgive them, because they are not in their total right mind. They have issues going on, whatever they may be. But if you say, I forgive you because, if you write it down, say, I understand you may have things going on in your life. I understand this and this and this. I'm not sure why you did it, but I still forgive you for your actions because it's not my fault. This is something that's going on in your life, but I forgive you for acting it out and putting it towards me. Just writing those words and then just clearing your mind and really letting it go, just like maybe a little meditation maybe, and just letting it go. Think of a dove flying away. And just let that anger just release. Let that all those emotions that person did, or let it release. And I think that's a great healing tool, is forgiveness, like you said, writing it down.
Well, and the thing about forgiving, and I'm glad that you brought that up so specifically, is forgiveness is not for the other person. Forgiveness is for yourself.
Yes.
So when we say, we forgive you for whatever the heck it is you've done, please hear this very clearly. You do not need to physically go to contact, get in touch with the other person to forgive them. You can simply stand in the middle of an empty room or an empty field and say, I am forgiving this person for whatever the heck it is they did.
Right.
Now, the other part of that is, well, I want them to tell me that they're sorry. I want them to do all these things. All right. We are not in control of other people. And I often say to people when they say, well, this is what I want them to do. Okay. If you were to write out a script that covered everything from facial expressions to intonation to body language to everything, you put down all these details in a script and you handed it to the person for them to act out and say, you would be disappointed, because you would be thinking to yourself, this is not genuine. They really don't mean it. You'd be second guessing it the whole time.
Right.
So we don't worry about whether the other person is going to apologize, say they're sorry, do any of that kind of stuff. We are not in control of the other person. We are only in control of ourselves.
Right.
But what I do sometimes is I go back to my notebook, get my pen, and I will write out the conversation as I wished it would happen.
Right.
And I carry on both sides of the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And then I close my notebook and I go on about my business. And I even do that with myself. If I've done something, made a choice that I really didn't want to make, it wasn't a great choice or whatever, or I'm feeling a little bit disappointed, or even if I'm happy about something.
Yes.
I have a written conversation back and forth with myself. Well, I am so proud of you for what you did. That is so amazing. I can only imagine how you were feeling. Wow, I was feeling so excited. And I do this written conversation back and forth with myself.
Yes.
Now, people may think that I'm crazy. I really don't care. Yes, I am certifiable. I have a certificate to prove it. But what I discovered, when it comes to being honest with ourselves and with our emotions and with owning who we are and what we feel,
right.
Your feelings are your feelings and nobody else gets a vote.
Right.
And then the other part of that is, how many times do we say so-and-so made me happy, sad, mad, glad, whatever?
Yes.
Understand this, no one can make you anything. It's a choice. You can choose to feel happy. You can choose to feel sad. You can choose to feel mad. Keep your power.
Yes.
No one can make you anything, well, except reservations for dinner, and I prefer a 5-star restaurant and you pick up the tab.
Uh-huh. I love that. I love that. I find in our society too, we have a large population that is obese, and a lot of times I will talk to people that have weight problems, and it's a lot because they do use food as a source of comfort, and it's you know, trying to compensate and not go to food, because it's an addiction, becomes a habit, becomes an addiction. You, instead of coping with your emotions, you are running for food for comfort. And when you have that behavior, then you extend that to other areas of your life. Anytime there's a problem, either it's going to be food, either it's going to be alcohol, either it's going to be drugs, it's going to be something that gives you comfort, to an escape, a way of escaping the problem. And I think people have to realize we have to face the problem no matter how difficult the obstacle may be. And even when you deal with your emotions, it's not easy. It's not easy dealing with these emotions. And it can be definitely, it is at some point very painful when you have to face these emotions. But once you get over that hump, I feel like it's just you see the end of the rainbow right at the end, because it frees you from all these emotions, these negative emotions that have been stirring up with and causing you all these things to go on in your body and to make you feel the way you feel. And what are some of the suggestions that you feel are good for people to start healing their emotions and not use food for a source of love and comfort?
Well, the first thing that they can do is, as they identify what they are really feeling, as they're reaching for whatever they're reaching for, pause. What am I really feeling in this moment? And then listen to what they are really feeling.
Right.
And then this is what I do. The next thing to say is, well, of course you feel that way. Why wouldn't you? Because don't we all just simply want to be acknowledged?
Mm-hmm.
And then if you want to do a little bit more work on that, ask yourself, when was the first time I can remember that I felt this way in this situation? What was going on? Who were the players in that event?
Right.
And oftentimes we can travel back in time to where we are children.
Yeah.
And we can see ourselves running into a room, very excited, going up to our parent and very excitedly sharing something with them. And we didn't get the reaction that we were expecting. Instead, we got some offhand comment or, whatever it was. And then the next thing we see ourselves doing is looking for comfort somewhere. And oftentimes it's food.
Right.
Okay. So if we understand that the pattern started way back there, and these are the players, then we can bring ourselves back into the here and now. And we could say, well, of course you feel that way. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And as we acknowledge, as individually, we acknowledge that this is, of course, we feel this way,
Mm-hmm.
then it's like, okay, I'm not having to run and hide who I really and truly am, because that's what we do when we turn to food. We're turning to something so that we can hide who we really are.
Yeah.
And many times we use food to create a larger version of ourselves so that we are protected, insulated.
Mm-hmm.
And part of my journey that I went on in learning to love myself and literally changing my relationship with food is I was able to shed 100 pounds and keep it off.
That's wonderful.
Now, do I still struggle? Well, heck yeah. All these many years of all these habits, they don't disappear overnight. Yeah. But I say to people, just start observing when you're reaching into that pantry, when you're really truly not hungry, you're simply reaching into it. Pause, just pause one brief moment and ask, what's really going on right now?
Yeah.
And then listen and then acknowledge, well, of course you feel that way. Why wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm. I feel like sometimes too, it becomes a habit. We form these bad habits and we automatically keep repeating them and repeating them. And then it becomes a part of us. Just like when someone gets up in the morning and they have to go get their coffee. Well, do they really need that coffee? Or are they just so used to getting up in the morning and getting that cup of coffee that, it's become a habit, So I think the same thing with food is that even those late night cravings when we're not hungry, but we just feel like the need of putting something in our mouth while we're watching our TV show before we go to bed, it's those bad habits that take control of us. And then also we have to go back into our emotions, why are we doing this, and do you like who you see, a lot of people, we look in the mirror and we have to ask ourselves, do we like the person we see in the mirror? And if we don't like that person and there's that person we see, that reflection has issues, we really have to address them, I feel like. And that's the only way we'll get better. And I like the idea that you mentioned about it could go all the way back to childhood. Most of the time it does go back to childhood. It is a root cause of why we are the way we are. And if it hasn't been something traumatic along the way, it usually is because of something that happened in our childhood years.
And it could be something that, is not in the big scheme of things significant, but it was significant in that moment.
Yeah.
And if we can understand where it began, and I like that you mentioned, we just start a habit. A couple of years ago, I caught myself in this very thing. It was cold here. I'm in Texas and it doesn't get real cold all that often, but it was cold. And I decided in the evening, I wanted a nice hot cup of decaf coffee and I wanted to add a little bit of heavy cream to it, which,
Right.
that's not a big thing to have that once.
Yeah.
Well, then the next night it was cold again. So I said, I'm going to have a cup of decaf coffee. I'm going to add a little bit of heavy cream to it. And 4 weeks later, I realized that it wasn't cold anymore, but I was still looking for that cup of decaf coffee with that little bit more of heavy cream in
Yeah.
it. And I paused and I said, what is going on?
Right.
Why did you develop this habit? And what are you going to do about it? And I said, I'm really not enjoying it that much because it's not that cold.
Yeah.
So what I did instead was I observed about what time I was heading for that cup of coffee. And this is what I recommend to other people. I set an alarm on my phone for about 10, 15 minutes before the usual time I'd been heading for the coffee.
Yeah.
And when the alarm went off, I went and filled my glass up with water, sat back down at the TV and went on and did something else. So I interrupted that pattern.
Yeah.
And that's what I recommend to people. If you were going into this mindless eating because, you find yourself wandering into the pantry at a certain time every night, start noting what time it is. Set an alarm for about 5 to 10 minutes before that time.
Right.
And make a decision ahead of time. Make a decision ahead of time. When that alarm goes off, this is what I'm going to do.
Right.
And after about a month, 6 weeks, you will have probably interrupted that pattern pretty well, where you may not need to set the alarm.
Right.
But as soon as you find yourself sliding back, set the alarm, do it again. No big deal. I mean, we set alarms for all kinds of things, right?
Right. I like that. I like that a lot. Now, when you see people, when they go up and down, when they have an eating disorder and they lose the weight and they get back to normal, and then all of a sudden they gain the weight back, and it's like an endless cycle. They feel like they've been struggling their whole life and they've been battling food, and it just doesn't, they can't win the race. They can't, they're having such a difficult time getting over the hump. Why is it hard for people? Is it because they haven't really gotten over those unsettled emotions? There's still things deep down inside that they really need to dive deeper into so they can really figure out the overall problem.
But to me, it is because for me, once I finally was able to lose the weight, keep the weight off, it took the work from the shoulders up. It took getting honest with my emotions, getting honest with my thoughts, my feelings. And as I got honest with those emotions, acknowledged the emotions, allowed them to be instead of stuffing them down,
Yeah.
well, then losing the weight was not a battle. When we refuse to do what I call the hard work of the hard work, which is getting honest with our emotions, accepting that these are the feelings that we have, regardless of how acceptable or unacceptable they are, then all we're doing is what I call white knuckling. We're holding on to that steering wheel as tight as we possibly can, trying to drive through that blinding snowstorm on bald tires and, slick roads and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And as soon as we hit that icy patch, the car is going to spin out of control. And then we're going to say to ourselves, I'm never going to be able to lose this weight. I don't have enough willpower. I don't have, the list is long and lengthy.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is, it's not willpower. It's understanding why you are going for that food and what you are stuffing down.
Right.
Because when we are stuffing down our emotions, it doesn't make any, there's a lot of talk right now about the medications that are out there to help you lose weight.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all well and good. That's great. Just like, the surgeries that happen, that's all well and good. That's great. But you haven't addressed the reason that you got overweight in the first place.
Right.
And until you address that reason, it's not going to make any difference what you do or what you don't do.
Right.
And to rely heavily on medication or surgery, anything like that, you're still denying what you're really feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to come out sideways. You may not be using food to hurt yourself or to stuff the feelings down, but you're going to be doing something.
Right.
You're going to be doing something. I know for me, back before I really started overeating a whole lot, I would rip my fingernails because I preferred the pain of ripping fingernails over the pain of stuffing down those emotions.
Wow. I think, like we've talked about acknowledging the problem, accepting the problem. We talked about journaling, forgiveness, and we've talked about some ways of coping with it, trying to get over the hump, going back to the root cause. Are there any other suggestions? Because if a person is going through this cycle, are there other techniques that we're not discussing yet that really need to be addressed?
But it depends on where they are in their journey. But
Right.
to me, if let's pretend you're just starting out.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that I would suggest that you do is look through your house. You're bound to have a notebook somewhere in your house. And I'm not talking about full size 8.5 by 11 notebook. I don't care, small. I prefer small ones so that I'm not, overly challenged with filling the pages.
Right.
But get a notebook. Find a color of pen that you like. When you see the writing with that pen, you smile.
Right.
Put those two things next to where you sit in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you get up in the morning, start having written conversations with yourself.
Right.
About what you're feeling in that moment, what your dreams, wishes, desires are for the day, what went on the day before, what you wish would have happened, what you wish might not have happened. Start having those honest conversations and write about 3 pages.
Right.
And commit to doing that for 30 days. Now, if during the day you catch yourself wrestling over something, go grab that notebook. And the first question that you write down, and yes, I do this, the first question that you write down is, what is really going on right now?
Right.
And then answer in writing what's really going on right now.
Right.
And then say to yourself in writing, well, of course you feel that way.
Right.
Why wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
And then let the conversation progress from that point.
Right.
Now, after you've done that, if the Oreos or the Ruffles or whatever are still calling to you so loudly that you cannot silence them, go and eat the Oreos or the Ruffles or whatever it is. But acknowledge, I'm doing this because this is my choice.
Right.
I'm choosing to do this because in this moment, this is what I believe I need to calm myself down.
Right.
But let's be honest. And the other thing is, let's stop labeling ourselves as emotional eaters, stress eaters, overeaters, or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's simply say, when I'm struggling with my emotions, my answer to calm myself is to eat. When
Yeah.
I'm struggling with stress, the way I help myself cope with the stress is to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Let's change how we talk about ourselves. Let's talk about behavior and not define ourselves by these things.
Right.
And as we change from defining ourselves to focusing on behavior, you'll be able to feel that that burden starts lifting off of you.
Right. That makes sense. That makes sense. I like that. Now, if you had to take what we talked about today and you had to like emphasize on some important factors that you think would help the listeners, what things would you like to focus on and emphasize?
I would like to emphasize that number one, you are only in control of you. You are not in control of anybody else. That's number one. Number two, no one can make you anything except reservations for dinner. And I prefer a 5-star restaurant, and you pick up the tab. So, I'll give you my Zelle information and you can send the money to me. And number three, let's stop doing feelings by committee. Your feelings are your feelings. Nobody else gets a vote. How you feel, regardless of what it is, how unacceptable it is, how acceptable it is, whatever.
Yeah,
It is your feeling. Your feelings are your feelings. Nobody else gets a vote.
exactly.
And fourth, you are enough exactly as you are in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't believe you are enough right now, I will believe it for you until you're able to believe it for yourself.
Right. I love that. I love that. I think this is very important because so many people struggle with food addiction, and so many people are not happy with the person they see, and they lie to themselves, and they have negative emotions about themselves, and they carry a lot of weight and baggage on their shoulders. And to be able to free yourself from all that and not feel like you have to use food as a comfort is so important. And so if you could get over that addiction, what a reward and accomplishment to be able to live life and to deal with your emotions productively so you could have a happy, healthy, and productive life. Now, you have some books, some amazing books out there. You have, I think you're on your second book now. And
12th.
12th book, that's right. Oh my God. We were talking about this. Yeah, I have 20 and you said I have 12. I'm like, oh my God,
I got to get busy. We need to hurry up and wrap up so I can go get busy on doing, 13 through 20. So I can catch up. Just kidding. Just kidding.
So tell us a little about your book that You Can't Eat Love, and tell us a little a premise about the other books that you've written in the past.
Well, You Can't Eat Love is the journey that I went on to learn to love myself and change my relationship with food. And I take the reader on the journey that I went on. And I call it a journey because that's what we're all on, right? And one of my main themes that runs through the entire book is picture, the obstacles that we hit as a traffic jam.
Yes.
If you are on the road in your vehicle in an actual traffic jam, the last thing that you would do is park your car, get out and walk home, right?
Right.
But how often when we are, on a journey to become the best version of ourselves, we hit a traffic jam. Let's say we go to a friend's birthday party or we don't have a very good day, something happens.
Yeah.
And we just throw our hands up in the air and say, I'm a failure. Well, if we look at that as we hit a traffic jam,
Mm-hmm.
and in that moment, we suddenly parked our car, got out and walked home. I mean, how ludicrous is that? That's
Yeah.
ridiculous. If we see it like that, then we see the insanity of what we're doing.
Yeah.
Just because we went to a friend's birthday party doesn't mean that we've thrown the whole thing out the window. No.
Right.
It's a traffic jam. What do you do when you're stuck in a traffic jam? You change the radio, you call a friend. That's a lot of what the book is about, helping people discover how they can handle the traffic jams. I also talk a lot about triggers.
Mhm.
because so many times people talk about avoiding triggers.
Yes.
Well, Stacy, you know as well as I do, we can't avoid triggers, but we
Right.
can do is we can plan for triggers.
Yes.
So I help people come up with plans for the triggers,
Mhm.
come up with plans for those social situations that you know that you're going to be encountering,
Yes.
so that you have a plan. And that's what most of the book is about. Then my other books, The Journey from Failing to Healing, is the backstory to You Can't Eat Love. It takes you through the dirty, the ugly, the the awful, the everything of how I learned how to love myself, and
Right.
how I discovered that I was never alone, that God had always been there with me.
Right.
And then my sisters and I wrote The Untold Story of Noah's Wife as We Made It Up.
Mm-hmm.
The book that I'm working on currently is called What Color Is My Shirt? And the subtitle to that one is Trusting Your Emotions.
I like
And
that.
it's because the more that I have talked, the more that I recognize and realize that people don't trust their true emotions.
Mm-hmm.
And we are sort of doing emotions by committee, and we're
Yeah.
allowing other people to tell us what we should and should not be feeling. And
So
as a
true.
consequence, we're stuffing all this stuff down.
Yeah.
And as you've alluded to, and as we've discussed, that leads to self-harm, that leads to overeating, leads to obesity, it leads to health problems, stress, depression, and even thoughts of suicide.
Mm-hmm.
So my mission for What Color Is My Shirt is to help people understand that even if they are in a land of unhealthy people who try to tell them that their pink shirt is blue, that they can stand in their truth and push back. No, my shirt is blue.
Right. I like that. Now, where can people find your books?
The easiest way to find anything about me is on my website, and including the books is on my website, which is youcan'teatlove.com. And if you want to reach out and have conversation with me, there's even a place where you can hit send me a message and it'll email straight to me. And it is really me who answers. I don't have an assistant answering all my emails. I do it myself. And I really do love to hear from people.
And do you offer any types of services, any type of coaching for people?
I do work one-on-one with people. I work one-on-one with people, and we do it virtually. So it's a lot of fun.
Mhm.
What you hear right now is pretty much how I work one-on-one with people, helping them ask themselves questions. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm going to help you discover what you need to do that works for you.
Exactly.
I also do some group coaching, and then very exciting. In October, a friend of mine who is a therapist and I are doing a retreat for eating disorders in the Greek islands.
Oh,
And you can
nice.
find out more about that on my website as well. And that's happening in October. It's called the Freedom Retreat, and the
Oh,
ED.
nice.
So it's strictly for eating disorders, 8 days, 7 nights on a Greek island, everything covered. So
Well, I'm Greek and I love the Greek islands. There's like 3,000 of them. I might just go. I don't have an eating disorder, but I might just go just to be there and to be assistant, because I would love to do that. That sounds amazing. But
well, it would be so much fun to hang out with you.
yeah, and it's all Mediterranean food, all healthy food down there. So, it's and everything is picked straight from the backyards of these people's homes and freshly cooked. So you can't get better than that.
In the sun and the ocean, and oh my goodness, talk about healing, healing, healing.
And will you have information on your website about the event?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Oh my God, Leslie, this has been amazing. I love having you on the show, and I hope to see you more often. And, this is an important topic that needs to be really talked about. And maybe we can, go more in depth next time you come and really educate people on how to overcome food addiction, because it's something hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people all over the country and globally suffer from. And if we can help just one person, what a difference, right?
Amen. Amen on that. Yeah, just one. That's been my mission, to help one person, one at a time, until I reach 1 million people, and then I'm going to start over again.
I like that. I like that a lot. Well, Leslie, have a great day, and thank you so much for coming on the show.
Well, Stacy, thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure.
You have a great day.
You as well.
Hi, this is The Advisor with Stacy Chillemi, and today I'm very excited to have a very special guest with us. This is Teresa Wright, and she is a professional who focuses on eating disorders, and she's going to tell us a little about herself and what she does. And so, Teresa, I'm very excited to have you. Why don't you tell everybody a little about yourself and what you do?
Well, I'm a registered dietitian and a licensed nutritionist. I have a bachelor's and a master's in nutrition. I've been running a private practice in nutrition counseling for 37 years. I got into this very much by accident. A client led me to her therapist who taught me what I needed to do. And I've been working with people around the problems with food, eating, and body weight for all these years.
Now, when, so many people in the United States have problems, whether it be food addiction or bulimia or having, all different types of problems where they use emotions to compensate, food for emotions. What are some ways that people could help themselves if they see themselves, struggling with a certain type of disorder or an addiction to food? What are some ways people could actually help themselves?
Well, the first thing you have to do is stop fighting against the fact that you're having a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's called acceptance.
Right.
Nobody likes having to struggle with food, eating, and body weight.
Yes.
And it is a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is, I think that obesity is the symptom, the cause, or the result of something else. And we have to look for what the something else is.
Yes.
It's sort of like if you went to your doctor with an ear infection and he gave you a pain reliever and a decongestant, you'd feel better, but the ear infection would still be there and it would come back to haunt you again and again.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing is with our weight loss culture. When we want to diet and lose weight, or when we want to maintain a really low body weight, or when we struggle with feelings around food, we have to look at it's not necessarily the problem of the food or the diet. Sometimes it's feelings.
Yes.
And sometimes it's a physical sensitivity. You mentioned food addiction. Well, if I look at my clients who agree that they're food addicts, a lot of them have alcoholics and drug addicts and gamblers and shoppers in their families.
Right.
This is a physical brain thing.
Yes.
To get a kind of high from that. The other thing that goes on is Americans have so much processed and man-made food.
Yes.
If you go to the grocery store, 80% of the food that is in the grocery store is refined, processed, and man-made.
Yes.
And when we refine and overprocess our foods, they affect our brain differently.
Mm-hmm.
And for some people who are sensitive, their brain responds in a different way from the way other people do. And so then they have this urgency to continue eating.
Mm-hmm.
And they eat and they eat and they eat until they're stuffed and feeling guilty and miserable. And then they go to bed and tomorrow morning they get up and say, I'm not going to eat anything today because I ate so much last night. And they get themselves really hungry and really guilty.
Right.
And they binge again. And so what I have to teach people to do is eat in a healthy, nutrient-rich way.
Right.
The body is a gift to the mind and the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to treat the body with dignity and respect.
Of course. Yes. Now, I feel like a lot of times when people eat or they binge, a lot of it, like we mentioned earlier, there is a root cause. There is a reason why, whether they came from a dysfunctional family, whether they were told they were either too fat or too skinny, or they use food for gratification for their emotions. Um, you know, is it first, is it better to get psychological help where you go to a therapist or you talk to somebody to overcome your problems that may be the root cause for your behaviors?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When we have bad feelings, we have to get them out and manage them and handle them somehow. Otherwise, we're just going to eat and push them down.
Right.
A lot of people get a great deal of help just from journaling,
Yes.
from writing down what they're thinking and feeling, and maybe looking at it later and deciding what help they need. A lot of people use 12-step programs like Overeaters
Mm-hmm.
Anonymous. Um, but the thing I want people to know is it's not possible to do this by yourself.
Right.
I'm strong and I'm determined. I can do this by myself. No, that won't work. I was watching the Masters golf tournament
Mm-hmm.
quite by accident because I never watch golf. But this dude was leading the pack. And I realized that everybody at the tournament had somebody carrying their golf clubs.
Mm.
But these guys didn't just carry the golf clubs, they were consultants to the Masters golf tournament.
Right.
The big guy knelt down and conversed with his caddy about which way he was going to shoot
Mm-hmm.
this golf ball. And he disagreed with the caddy and he shot it his way. And the golf ball landed in the trees,
Mm.
which is a very bad place for a golf ball to be.
Yes, it is.
And he turned around and looked at his caddy and said, what looked to me like, oh, hell, you were right. That was the expression on his face.
Yeah.
So even the really well-paid professionals have advisors they trust.
Yes.
So in OA and AA, people have sponsors
Mm-hmm.
and other support people,
Yes.
and that helps. That's someone you can call at 9 o'clock on Sunday night when you're having a problem.
Right.
And we use psychotherapists to help us process the feelings, get rid of them, get through them, let go of them.
Yes.
And I'm honored that people use me and people like me to teach them how to eat differently.
Yeah.
So, for instance, the body needs to be fed every 3 to 5 hours while you're awake.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to go 8 or 9 hours without eating, then when you sit down to eat, you're going to want to binge because you're over hungry.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I,
So, go ahead.
no, I said, I hear so many people say, well, I didn't have the time to sit down. I was too busy either with work or this or that, but then you see them when they do finally eat, like you said, they're binging and they're overeating because they're so hungry from, taking long spans of not getting the small portions throughout the day that they needed.
Absolutely. Now, one of the things I do is teach my clients how to carry easy to eat snacks with
Mm-hmm.
them, like 2 cheese sticks and a piece of fruit. Is easy, it fits in your briefcase.
Yes.
You can eat it at your desk
Mm-hmm.
and you'll feel better. And then you go on. And when you have that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you're not so ravenous at dinner time.
Yes, 100%.
So, yeah, so you're happier that way.
And I also find, when I went to Europe, most of the food that we sold in America was actually banned in Europe. And I think even when you go into the food stores, the marketing on these labels are so um, fraud-like. They try to trick the consumer, making it seem like it's healthy when it's actually not. So many times, they'll say, no more, no added preservatives. Well, it has preservatives in it. It's just they didn't add any extras besides the ones they actually put in the product. So it's, they use market employees to make people think that it's actually a healthy product when it's not. Maybe you could tell our listeners some of the foods and some of the ways that they should be eating to overcome their food disorder and to help them on their way to recovery.
I'll be happy to do that. But the first thing I want to say is
Mm-hmm.
you are so right about the food labels. You have to turn to the back of the package, and there's this little thing that says ingredients.
Yes.
And the ingredients are listed in decreasing order by weight.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to go through that ingredient list and know what those words mean.
Yes.
I give my clients 160 item list of different names for sugars.
Mm-hmm.
And if anyone wants that, they can go to my website at www.sanefood.com and get a copy of the sugars list.
Yes.
You
That's
have
great.
all these different names for sugar,
Mm-hmm.
and you look at them and say, what am I doing? I have 5 sugars in this product. Why do I need that?
Right.
And then I got furious one day in the grocery store. A beautiful green package with green leaves on it. Pure stevia. Now, stevia is an artificial sweetener
Right.
that's been generally regarded as safe for some time.
Mm-hmm.
And it said pure stevia. When I turned over and looked at the ingredient list, it said dextrose, stevia.
Mm.
That means there was more sugar than stevia in the product.
Right.
Well, that wasn't what I was out there for.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
Mm-hmm.
And that deludes people into thinking they're not using sugar when they really are using sugar.
Exactly.
Really annoying.
Yeah.
So we have to read the ingredient list.
I always say if you can't pronounce it, then you shouldn't be buying the product. Because
Right.
when you look in the back of the ingredients, if you can't pronounce those words, then obviously they're not good for you.
If you don't know what they are, why should you eat it?
Yeah.
And
100%.
we need to focus more on eating foods that God and Mother Nature planned for us.
Yes,
Whole
100%.
foods and real foods, foods the way God and Mother Nature planned them.
Yes. And people don't realize, but the foods we put in our body play such an impact on how we feel and how we look. If our body gets food and they start breaking down the food and they don't know what it is, then they're going to start storing it because they don't know where it goes. So then you have all these toxins that are being stored in your body. It's affecting all your organs. It's affecting the way you feel. It's affecting you mentally, and you're having trouble focus and your clarity, and could even cause illness and obesity and other illnesses that people struggle with on a day-to-day basis. There are even like ramen noodles. They had a study done, and in the ramen noodles, the packets had they had ingredients in them that actually did something to the brain and could cause illnesses because of the certain ingredients that were in the ramen noodles. Well, you go into any college kid's kitchen, you're going to find packets and packets and packets of ramen noodles, and it's one of the worst things for you.
It damages your brain health.
Yeah.
So we have to know how to do this.
Yes. Now, what would be some of your suggestions when people should they to maybe prepare the food the day before? They should start making a list of what they are eating and maybe focus on a healthy, more structured way of eating.
Yeah. What I do is I write individualized food plans
Mm-hmm.
for each person who comes to me. I sit down with my calculator and figure out how many calories and how much protein and how much fat the person needs. And we together write a food plan that fits them. But the first thing ahead of all this that I want to say is you have to make a decision.
Yes.
You have to make the decision that I'm going to do stuff with food. I'm going to find ways to do it. It's going to take me 3 months to get settled on a new pattern.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make mistakes. And when I make a mistake, I'm going to look at what caused the mistake
Yes.
and how I could have avoided it.
Yes.
And I'm going to go on with my life. So the first step is the decision. The second step is we don't drink enough water.
Right.
I mean, the rules say we're supposed to take half our body weight and drink that much water, that many ounces of water a day. Well, that's a lot more water than most Americans drink. And remember, you were talking about the toxins and the poisons from processed and man-made foods.
Mm-hmm.
How's the body going to get that out of the body?
Right. You need the
It's
water.
going to wash it out with water.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to lose weight, the end products of fat metabolism are ketone bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Ketone bodies have an ammonia molecule in them, so they're not very comfortable for the body.
Right.
So you send that to the kidney. And if that sits in the kidney long enough that the kidney gets annoyed about it,
Yeah.
it's going to send that ketone body back to the liver.
Mm-hmm.
And the liver's going to turn it into a fat cell again.
Right.
Now, wait a minute. I did a study with some of my weight loss groups. If you don't drink enough water, you can cut off between 20 and 30% of your weight loss.
Yeah.
Well, now, come on. If you're really on a weight loss program, do you want to cut off 20 or 30% of your weight loss? No.
Exactly.
You have to drink the water.
Yes.
And it can't be diet soda.
No.
It can't be sweetened with artificial stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You can get a lemonade with fresh lemon in it, and that'll be fine.
Right.
You can get seltzer water, and you can put fruit or other flavors in it. But you need to not use the artificially sweetened sodas for your water
Right.
intake.
And soda is so bad for you. I remember we had a relative of mine that used to entertain the children. He used to show the kids how bad Coca-Cola was, and he would put a penny in a little cup, fill it up with Coca-Cola, and by the time the party was over, the penny had disintegrated because of all the chemicals and ingredients that was in the soda.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah.
I have to go home and buy a bottle of Coke and try that. I've never seen that happen.
So imagine what must be in there if it is powerful enough to do that.
If it's powerful enough to dissolve a penny, you know it's powerful.
And what it could do to your body.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to plan to get enough water.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing we're going to do is we're going to plan to eat every 3 to 5 hours through the day. Now that means different things for different people.
Right.
If you're a nurse and you work from midnight to 8 a.m., you're going to have your main meal of the day at 10 o'clock at night before you go to work. And you're going to have your lunch and maybe a snack while you're at work. And then you're going to come home and have breakfast at 8 or 9 o'clock. And then you're going to bed.
Right.
All right. Now, if you have school children, You're going to be driving them to school at 7:30 or 8 o'clock, or getting them on the school bus, and they have to have breakfast before they go to school. And then maybe you'll have breakfast with them, or maybe you'll come home afterwards and have breakfast.
Right.
And then are you going to work? Well, if you have to be at work by 8:30, what time is lunch? And what time are you done work?
Yeah.
You have to look. Some companies, lunch is at 11:30 to 12:30.
Mm-hmm.
And some companies, lunch isn't until 1:30 or 2.
Right.
If that's your case, you might have to eat at 10 in the morning and have a snack.
Right.
And if you're going to be stuck working until 6 or 8 in the evening, I want you to have a bunch of snacks in your desk drawer so that you can have just something quick at 3 or 4 in the afternoon
Right.
to keep you till dinner. Now, is that likely to be something like an ounce of raisins and an ounce of nuts,
Mm-hmm.
2 ounces of cheese, and a piece of fruit? What can you get in your office that will work for you that's not a Dunkin' Donut Danish?
Yeah. I think it's so important. And, for people who are trying to either, break the bad eating habits, what time do you think a person should stop eating?
It depends. If dinner is at 5 or 6 in the evening, people want to have a snack at 8 or 9, go to bed at 10 or 11, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
If dinner is at 7 or 8 in the evening and you're going to bed at 10 or 11, then you don't need something before you go to bed, but you probably needed something at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right.
Now, my favorite bedtime snack is a cup of yogurt and a cup of fruit.
Mm-hmm.
It's sweet. It's soothing. It's gentle.
Right.
It's not a big deal. If you want, you can put that yogurt and fruit in the freezer
Right.
for half an hour and it'll taste delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can cook the fruit in the microwave and put the cold yogurt on top of it.
Yeah.
That'll taste delicious too.
And I think when you were saying about sugar, the more sugar you eat, the more you want to eat. It increases your appetite. So,
Absolutely. Sugar causes your pancreas to release a hormone named insulin, and that brings your blood sugar down. So then the body wants more food. So if you're going to drink a regular soda, in an hour you're going to be hungry.
Right.
Because the pancreas is going to lower your blood sugar and you're going to feel the need for more food.
Right. Right.
See, there has to be one real meal in a day.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a meal that is your big safety net meal, your comfort meal.
Right.
I want people to have protein about this much
Mm-hmm.
of beef, lamb, pork, veal, chicken, eggs, fish, etc.
Right.
And a scoop like this of some sort of whole grain carbohydrate.
Mm-hmm.
And then we want to have some vegetables,
Yeah.
a side salad maybe. And then we want to have a couple tablespoons of a good polyunsaturated and monounsaturated vegetable oil.
Mm-hmm.
All the hormones in the body are made from fat, and 67% of the weight of the brain is fat cells.
Mm-hmm.
So if the hormones in the body are made from fat, the nerve cells are made from fat,
Right.
the brain cells are made from fat, and you go on a fat-free diet, well, can the body use the stored fat for those things? Or is it that those fats that are stored won't work for the brain cells?
Right.
So the body gets short shrift. When my clients spend a long time on a fat-free diet, their skin gets dry, their hair falls out, and their nails get brittle and break, and they have no energy.
Yeah.
That's because the body sees those services as optional,
Right.
so it cuts them off first.
Yeah.
That's why one of the reasons that there are no baby boomers in certain parts of Europe after the Second World War, because there wasn't enough food and enough fat
Mm.
to go around. So we have to pay attention to getting the right amount of fat in the body.
Right. That's a very good point. Very good point.
And the body thinks that if there's no fat, that we're going to starve. And the body doesn't want to starve. So then it'll hold on to all of its stored nutrients and you won't wait. It's fascinating to me when I have a client come into me with struggling for weeks and months with not losing weight.
Yeah.
And what I do is I triple her fat intake and she goes home and starts losing weight.
Really?
Really. It's
Oh,
amazing.
wow.
It's
I,
amazing.
when you were talking about, portions, it made me think about how diluted our portions are in the United States. When you go to restaurants, they give you so much food. And a lot of times people will clean up most of what's on their plate. When you were talking about, a palmful of this and a palmful of that, and then you go to these restaurants and they're giving you humongous plates of food. Well, if you go to other countries like Europe, they give you very, very small portions and you look at it and you're like, how am I going to get full on this? But you know what? They cook naturally. They use the stuff in their backyards. So because it's natural and because it's organic, you do get full on those very small portions where we just gorge because it's become the norm in our society. And people just, their stomach stretches too, and they need large quantities of food. And it's become habit forming also, I think, mentally. And people gain weight and they gain weight and they gain weight. And, it's really, people have to understand that we need a lot smaller portions, and people shouldn't, just because it's in front of you doesn't mean that you have to eat it all.
A lot of the times I ask my clients to weigh and measure the food at the beginning of a program so that they know how much they're eating and how much they ought to be eating.
Right.
And it's scary to the person who's doing this for the first time because it looks like such a little bit of food. And then they sit down and eat it and they're done and they know they're done.
Right.
Right.
I think the less you eat, your stomach begins to shrink, and you don't have the urge to want to have those large portions because your stomach is shrinking and you're getting full, and you're losing the urge to want to eat those large quantities. I know for me, when I stopped sugar, I when I taste something really sweet now, I don't like it. I lost my craving completely, and I could taste when something had a lot of sugar in it now, and I dislike it. One, and it was hard getting off of sugar. It was like an addiction almost. Your body getting off of not putting the sugar in my coffee, or not putting it in a tea, or and making sure the foods I was eating, had very little sugar in it, and staying away from those bad foods. And but I feel better not having that sugar in my diet.
That was hard work, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very hard work. Like I mentioned, it was like an addiction. Like we were talking about food addiction, you can easily get addicted to sugar, and people don't realize it. And you want it, like we talked about earlier in our conversation. The more sugar you have, your insulin level, goes down, and you want more and more. And it's very hard when you're trying to get off of sugar. It's like stopping alcohol or drug addiction. It's really it's hard work.
It is hard work. What worked for you?
I began to really, really watch what I was eating and slowly make adjustments to what I was eating. So if I put sugar in my coffee, I started to put less sugar in my coffee, then no sugar in my coffee. Then I got used to the taste of it. Or if I had tea, I just enjoyed the taste of the tea and not and didn't I focused on the taste of the herbs I was drinking and not needing the sugar. And then when I was eating, I was being very careful, what I was eating. Like even the gummy bear vitamins, I stood away from those. Those are all made of sugar. They're not healthy. If people eat them, but the outsides are mostly made of sugar, or the insides, sometimes if they have their jelly ones, they have a lot of sugar in them, almost 9 grams of sugar, and they usually want you to take 2 or 3 of them, so and the foods I was eating, I was staying away from the desserts. I was really trying to really wean myself off of sugar, little by little by little, and I finally did it.
Wonderful. And I think what your experience is what people have to realize is it takes time to do this. You can't do this overnight. You have to give yourself a chance.
Yes.
You get used to not using sugar. And did you have withdrawal symptoms?
Yeah, I actually did. I did have some withdrawal symptoms. It was really hard. I really craved that sugar, and so it was really hard. I had to just use different types of coping skills, think about really what that sugar does to my body, and think about the outcome, and think about what I really wanted for myself. And I had to really retrain the brain, so to speak, and do different things to compensate. And meditation is great, relaxing, focusing on, what your goals are long term and short term, and really thinking about what you really want for yourself and how bad do you really want it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And other things like having a good cry
Mm-hmm.
or taking a long walk.
Yes, yes.
Or calling a friend and saying, do you have time for me to vent at you?
Right. Yes.
Or going to a meeting, a support group meeting of one kind or another.
Mm-hmm.
Or journaling.
I love journaling. I think it's a very powerful tool. I always encourage my clients to journal, and it helped me tremendously. And I consistently journal. I even created a journal, and I actually sell it on Amazon, called the Positivity and Gratitude Journal, because I think it's so important for people really to get out their emotions and also to focus on the positive things in their life, and to have gratitude in their life, because sometimes we forget all the wonderful things that are in our lives when we just focus on the negative things, and that could really pull you down too.
Yes, it really does. So doing that can really help you. Another thing that works, which is a little bit odd, is using things that get your hands mucky. Clay,
Mm-hmm.
finger paints,
Right.
painting in general,
Mm-hmm.
knitting, crocheting, and all of the needlework stuff.
Right.
Get your hands involved in what you're doing. I was in a knitting store. I love to knit. I was in a yarn shop once, and the sales lady was selling this beautiful Angora fabric to a woman. And the woman had the choice of colors, and she said, I want the white. And she said, I'm sorry, Mrs. So-and-so, but you always buy white for your yarn. Why is that? And she said, because, my dear, it is very hard to eat chocolate when you are knitting on white Angora.
I like that. Yeah,
So
that's true.
we have to do the things that get us involved in creating the life we want and in diverting ourselves from focusing on that negative stuff and on the negative feelings
Yes.
around the food, eating, and body weight.
Yes, I agree 100%. Now, if you had to give some tips to people that have an eating disorder, that want to take a step forward and want to do something about it, what would you suggest to them? What are some tips that could help them and that they could begin today?
Drink extra fluid.
Mm-hmm.
Eat healthy food every 3 to 5 hours while you're awake.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if you eat bad food, no, I don't want to say bad food, food that you know you're not supposed to be eating,
Right.
take a deep breath, slam your hand on the table and say, end of it. And then go back to your food plan. Don't decide that because you made a mistake, you have to dive in head first and eat it all.
Right. Exactly.
Clap your hands and say, that's the end of this.
Mm-hmm.
Wash your hands, brush your teeth, wash your face, and get rid of the smell of that food.
Right.
Will help the most. You need other people to help you.
Yes.
Go looking in your environment for other people who can help you.
Yes.
There are a dozen 12-step meetings
Mm-hmm.
that focus on food.
Yes.
They're all different.
Mm-hmm.
Go to one, you don't like it, go to another. You don't like it, go to another.
Right.
If you hear a friend talking about a 12-step meeting, ask your friend where he or she goes.
Right.
So that you can find a group of people that are supportive to you.
Yes. 100%.
There's a Christian program called Celebrate Recovery that is designed for Christians.
Mm-hmm.
There's where am I thinking of it? There is a program designed for Jewish people in recovery, and I can't remember the name of it right now.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a variety of other support groups for people who have other emotional, mental, and spiritual problems.
Right.
I don't know anybody who really gets abstinent easily without some form of prayer or meditation.
Right.
So go look for whatever it is that pleases you, that puts you in your space in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
The 12-step program calls it a higher power. It doesn't have to be a God. It can be the beauty of Mother Nature.
Right.
To make you feel whole and sane.
Yes.
And to look at yourself and how bad is it? And do you need a professional help?
Right.
Do you want a dietitian to teach you how to go to the grocery store, how to get through the grocery store without buying your drug foods, how to read food labels and understand them,
Right.
and know what you can and cannot eat, how to set up your meals so that you don't have to cook for hours every night.
Exactly.
Doing that, how to find restaurants that serve healthy food. You know, you talked before about how you sit in a restaurant and they give you piles of food.
Yeah.
But if you go to a healthier restaurant, they don't give you quite as much.
No, they don't.
But if you ask for a take-home box when they bring you your meal, put the food you don't want to see yourself eating in the take-home box and close the lid, then you wind up eating only the amount of food you want to be eating.
That's a great idea.
And you get to take that box home with you.
Yeah.
That means that tomorrow night you don't have to cook.
Right.
I like that idea.
I like that idea too. That's great advice. I think those are wonderful tips. Now, can you tell the audience one more time where we can find your website?
It's www.sanefood, SANEFOOD.com. And you can sign up on the website. I do a weekly blog. My blog this week is on drinking enough water, coincidentally. And on Wednesday nights, I have a free group from 7 to 8:30 for anyone who wants to come and talk about food, eating, and body weight.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
And that's on the website too.
Excellent. Teresa, it's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you so much for providing all this wonderful information. And I'm sure it's going to help a lot of people because it's a very hot topic. It's something that many people struggle with. Food, eating disorder is a very it's a topic that a good percentage of our United States and even around the world people struggle with, and you covered the psychological aspect of it, you covered the nutritional aspect of it, you covered, the emotional aspect of it. And I think, I thank you so much for taking the time to provide us with all this information. And, I will, encourage people to leave comments and even, contact Teresa and leave her comments. And is there an email address that you use or is there something to contact us on your website that they could just ask you questions directly if they have a question?
There is a contact information. They should do info, INFO, at sanefood.com. And my secretary or I will answer any of their questions.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Teresa. It's been a pleasure meeting
So
you.
welcome.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm really happy that you took the time out to talk about this because this is definitely a topic that many people need direction on. So thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And thank you for having me. I enjoyed talking with you.
Oh, thank you for coming on the show. You're welcome. You have a great day.
You have a great day too.